How is everybody doing today? The national anthem was Chuck's idea. So everybody say thank you, Chuck. We are setting up for the debate, but you know how I do it. I like to have a
There's a
little bit of
problem.
conversation first and then let people go in
I think
and
there's a
debate as they
problem with
want.
the stream.
What?
Pe- I don't. People are saying it's choppy.
Oh, fuck me running.
Is it still
Well,
roboting?
I don't know.
I'm not asking chat. Somebody let us know. Okay, the robot's gone apparently, and I didn't mean to interrupt
Yeah, I,
you,
was like,
sir.
I don't hear any roboting on the end of YouTube.
I don't
So
hear anything
Sorry,
on
didn't
stream.
mean to interrupt you, sir.
well, that's the thing. Let's work on that from now on. Like, let's not just talk about technical difficulties. No,
Sorry, throw me out. I'm fired.
no. Today is your day, Chuck. Today is your day.
Did,
You are the veteran of the group. So today is your day, and anybody is welcome to come and join the stream. And we have a list of nice topics. And while we wait, if anyone wants to join, and I'm finishing sharing the link around, we're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance because we're patriots around here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless.
God bless America.
Yes, sir.
So
Are you going to run the banner?
Hootie.
Easy, damn girl.
What? What? I don't know.
Get back in that corner.
Oh lordy,
Okay. Okay.
like, so how is everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? We try to set up a debate and good discussion like we normally do. We got some topics to discuss if anybody wants to come up and talk about them. If not, I'm gonna let Chuck run a lot of the things. So, Chuck, you got any stories while we're waiting on people to show up? Hello, Chuck. Oh no, we lost him. We
We
lost Chuck.
lost.
Oh, there
Am
he
I
is.
here?
There you are.
Fucking brute.
You got any stories of your time in the service while we're waiting for people?
I can remember being a young man. About, in fact, that picture you see, I probably was 17 at the time, but I had just turned 17 and had to beg either mom or dad because they were divorced. I had to beg one of you two some bitches is going to sign my enlistment papers. And as soon as they signed them, I was in the service because I wanted to get the hell away where I was at. But anyway, took off to Fort Jackson, South Carolina for some good old basic training. I learned what sand fleas were real fast. That was not fun. Basic was what, 8 weeks, 12 weeks? And in the meantime, I got to be in a movie while in basic. Some of y'all might be familiar with Bill Murray in the movie Stripes. However, you will have a hard time finding me because I'm one of the assholes running up the hill. Uh, After got out of basic, went to advanced training, and for me that was electronics school, and that was at Fort Gordon, Georgia, in Augusta, Georgia. It was a year and a half school, and while down there, about halfway through, the White House sent down a team of people, and they pulled students out of class and offered us a job once we finished to work in the White House. The only stipulation was we had to go to jump school. Well, I spent a year and a half in Augusta, Georgia, got in some trouble. Nothing unusual. That's just electronics was a long ass school. Left there, went to Columbus, Georgia, Fort Benning, jump school. Oh, that was a whole lot of work. I thought to myself many times, what did I sign up for? Ended up at a short stint and actually got sent over to Germany. They didn't keep us in the States very long. They sent us to Germany. Uh, I don't know if they had mass people getting out, but I got over there. And you got to remember, I was 17, 18, young and dumb and full of you know what. And I repaired communications equipment and we serviced uh, not mobile, but missile sites. We would go out to missile sites and work on their equipment. First missile site was a nuclear missile site. And I know some folks don't believe in nuclear, but trust me, it's nuclear. And I'm working on this piece of equipment from the 40s. Now, mind you, we had been trained on the most up to date electronics equipment. It was tough, but while doing that, we had a unaliver bomber crash through the gate with a carload of explosives. I'm here to tell you, before he could get to the center part of the base, his car looked like Swiss cheese, and he was no more. And that scared the hell out of me. But that's what started my career over there. And I'm one of these people that if I do a job, I'm going to do it right. I love my job. So at my duty station, my first one, which was in a little town called Kaiserslautern, which was on the west side of Germany, uh, developed a pretty good reputation for fixing things. Next thing I know, I get sent over to the opposite side of Germany to another repair shop, which is pretty good. A little town called Grafenwehr. And life was good there. And while at Grafenwehr, prior, I was, let me back up just a minute. I was in Kaiserslautern for a year, went home on leave, and met my future wife while back in the States. Came back to Germany after a 30-day leave, and that's when I got moved to Grafenwehr. So I'm doing my job, and so we're talking about getting married. So we conversed back and forth a year and got this great idea. I found this marriage packet. I'm going to fly her over there to where I was at, and then we was going to take an 18-hour train ride to Denmark and get married, and then another 18-hour train ride back. 3-day stay up there. She got over there. She made it, but her luggage didn't. So we had to go out and buy new clothes and crap, neither here nor there. I was just happy she was there. Went and got married and got back. And the general of the division sent down orders for me to go help this other repair shop because their numbers were bad. And he wanted me to go help them figure out how to get the repair rate up. That was no big deal. That was about a 7-day trip. Get back, and mind you, I just got married. Get back, about 2 weeks later, Here come another set of orders. And this turned into a non-stop affair. And the new wife was getting quite upset with it, as I was. Because you know how it is. You walk into somebody else's facility as an outsider, so to speak, since you're not stationed there permanently, they get a little, they treat you like an asshole till they realize you're there to help them. Then came time, like I said, I can't name the towns. I've been all over Germany, and it came time to re-enlist. And back then, when you re-enlisted, you could have a choice of duty assignments where you wanted to go. So I elected to stay right where I was at in Germany because life was good. Their exchange rate was you get 4 Deutschmark to $1, and you could live like a king over there. I paid my rent in a carton of cigarettes and a bottle of Hennessy. Like I said, life was good. So I re-enlisted to stay over there. And then, I don't know, maybe a year later, had a kid. Just had a brand new baby. And the kid was 4 days old. And they came to me and they said, you've been out of the United States too long. You've got to go back to the United States. You can either pick another place to go and stay in the Army, or we'll let you out without any penalties. They call it a breach of contract. So I said, well, let me think about it. Well, in the meantime, I came down with a set of orders to go to MacDill Air Force Base in Florida. And I was thinking about it, but the guy I was replacing sent me a letter. He says, I've spent 4 weeks total out of a year in this job here because they were advanced forces. So I quickly said, I'll re-enlist and pick where I go. So I picked Fort Campbell, Kentucky, kind of close to relatives, St. Louis and in Tennessee. I get there. Where do I wind up? I wind up in a rapid deployment force. That was quite the experience if anybody's never experienced it. And I'm probably boring your chat to death. But a rapid deployment, they'd call you night or day. You go to the airfield and get on airplanes and you would fly somewhere. And you never knew where you was going until you got into the air. That's when they would open the package up and tell you where you was going. 90% of the time they were just drills. We get to the airport, get on the plane, and we just sit in the plane for 30 minutes, get out and go back home. Practice, practice, practice. Well, this one time we got called, went in, it was middle of the night, get in there, and the NCOIC of our outfit had got his face busted in the night before by messing with somebody else's woman. So that made me next in command. But this time when we get on the airplane, the motors start. I'm like, okay, maybe they're just testing the engines. Then we start moving, which we had never done before. And we took off. And everybody's looking at each other like, oh crap. And when we get up in the air, we get our orders. It's been long enough. I don't think I'll get any trouble, but we were on our way to Iran for hostage rescue. And we went over there, and that turned out to be a disaster. Came back. But anytime you got called, actually went anywhere, the wives, your family, your friend, nobody knows where you're at all. And they'll call the base and they say, oh, nope, they're not here and we don't know where they're at. So besides having to deal with the situations you were in, you had family and friends to contend with. And it took a lot of work to get an equal balance. That's why you'll see a lot of them get divorced because of the stress and the strain from trying to balance the two. And like I said, I loved my job. I hated the BS, the pomp and circumstances of being in the military. But the job I did was amazing. Then there was while stationed there at Fort Campbell, there was a little invasion in Grenada was part of that. In fact, Clint Eastwood, they made that movie, I think it was called Heartbreak Ridge, where they was trying to get air support and they couldn't get the radio to work. So they used a phone credit card in order to call in air support. Well, I was on the other end of that radio, which I had never seen before, and couldn't get it working. But I just thought it was comical. I'm thinking, man, that's two movies I've been in. And life was going pretty good. I was getting promotions, doing things. And then got to the point where it was time for me to reenlist again. So I was trying to decide what to do, where to go, change jobs, what I wanted to do. Well, I went in to reenlist, and they said you only got one option. I said, "What do you mean?" They said, "Well, you're on personal request." I'm like, "What's a personal request?" Well, generals are allowed to make personal requests of individuals that used to be in their command. And I hadn't been back in the States but 4 months, maybe 3 months, when these orders came down. And they wanted me to leave my wife and brand new baby behind. They weren't allowed to go, but I was going to be stationed in Italy. And we went round and round. I said, the contract thing says I get to choose. And they're like, it's overwritten. I can't even talk right. So we went back and forth, and by the time it was all said and done, I got busted one stripe, lost a medal because I wouldn't play ball. And I got out. Uh, I was out for a couple of years and then joined the National Guard because there were some things going on. And I stayed in the National Guard 6 years until my dad suffered a major stroke and I had to get a medical release or whatever they call a hardship to get out to go take care of him. And that's about the extent. If anybody's got any questions, that's fine. I know it's a boring story. I can get into more details, uh, but I really don't know what to say about that.
Well, you're more than welcome to keep going. If there's any other veterans in the audience that would like to come up and either bring their own topic or discuss the topics that we have in the description, or would like to share a story from their time in the service, that invitation that I sent to Abe goes out to all of you. The link in the StreamYard link is pinned. So I mean, there was a few people that said they really wanted to dig into these topics, and they haven't decided to show up yet. So
Yeah, well, I was trying to give you some like filler material. There was a time when uh, we were me, the wife, and another couple. We didn't have the baby yet, and it was a Sunday. This we were stationed in southern eastern Germany, so we may or may not have been hitting local establishments, getting good
someone does
refreshment.
have a question for you, Chuck, about your previous story.
Okay,
Um, Arkansas says, "I do have a question about German bomber dude. Was he a communist? I presume this was West Germany."
he was a Islamic. and that would have been 1979, 80 when that happened. But he wasn't a German. He was of Islamic descent. And I don't know if he was a Muslim. All I know is he was a Middle Easterner, because I don't want to be sound racist or anything. I could tell you about the story. I was in Würzburg, Germany, at a compound there, and they decided to do a little road maintenance, repair the roads within the post. And they ran across, when they were digging up, they hit a 500-pound bomb that was still alive from World War II. And our little shop was only 150 feet from where they were fixing the road. They had to evacuate the whole compound in order, but it was a live 500-pound. It was big, big 500-pound bomb from World War II. And when I got to talking to the explosive experts, he said there's thousands of these things buried in the ground that had never exploded when they hit. Just they were heavy enough, they went underground. But that was an incident. But the other story was, we were, like I said, it was Sunday. We're driving around. We're on this old country road. We go up this mountain, one side of this mountain. And on top, beautiful snow caps and everything. So we decided to drive down the other side. So we drove down the other side, and we hit this sign that said, "If you can read this, you are in trouble." We got picked up by the Russians immediately. We had crossed into, at that time, Czechoslovakia was Russian territory. But there was no markers of any kind on the road that said we were entering Czechoslovakia. So they snatched us up, and all that amounted to was the colonel had to come get us. He wasn't happy on a Sunday afternoon to come pick us up. But had we been civilians, I don't know what would have happened. But I just thought it was comical, the sign that said, "If you could read this sign, you've gone too far." And they meant it. Anybody got any questions, answers, stories? I mean,
I'm
there's,
not a vet. I'm not a veteran, and no other veterans have joined. This people who are not veterans are welcome on the panel for the sake of the debate topics and discussion as well. But
well,
Chuck,
why,
people are
why
enjoying
don't
your
you
stories.
skim through the debate topics? Maybe that'll give somebody on one side or the other an idea if they want to join or not.
Well, we'll read them out. Um, tell one more story. I got to take care of some logistics real quick.
I got you. I'm trying to think of a good one. Yeah, when I first got to Germany, I was in Kaiserslautern. I was single at the time. And over there, prostitution is legal in certain places. And the good thing about it was, in Germany, the prostitutes had to have a health card. That way you knew you were safe. But it wasn't uncommon for military wives to get arrested for out there in the prostitution world, trying to make extra bucks. Because being in the military, you're not going to get rich fast. But there was this prostitution house outside the base, and it was like 4 floors. You go on the first floor, and it looked like a regular bar, and had some. The women were wearing lingerie, and but the way it worked was first floor, there was no action. It was strictly social atmosphere. Now, if you wanted to get into action, there was the first floor, the second floor, third floor. And the higher it costs more for each floor. But the higher up you went on these floors, I don't know how the more degenerate it got, or the more perverted it got. I never made it past the bar. I wasn't I wasn't that curious to find out what was going on. But we had a new guy show up, young dude, and he was a what we call in the real world a virgin. So we went out drinking, and he said, "Oh, there's this new bar we want to take you to." And we pulled our money, and we paid for the fourth floor experience for him. And we kind of were drinking and let him pick out his woman. And as they took off up the stairs, we took off out the building. Now, mind you, we had already paid for it. The next day, we had to go find him. He thought he had died and gone to heaven. It was hilarious. Poor kid. Imagine your first time and you walk into something like that. But we did go back and get him when he didn't show up because we knew where he was at. He was just hung over to the max. All right. Any more questions? Answers? Tootie?
Um. Okay, so
You got a little bit of military experience, don't you?
yeah. Well, I'm a Air Force brat. Um. Got my stepdad got stationed over in England from we were there from 87 till 90. So I got to visit also a lot of the places that Chuck is talking about. So that's always fun. And we were over um my high school was an American on base high school, a Dodd High School. Um we were over there with our football team playing the West Germany football team, and just so happened while we were there that's when the wall came down. So that was a pretty cool experience for everybody. Yep. Anybody else got questions or want to come up too? I'm just a brat, so
Yeah,
on
altogether
military
I
posts.
had 14 years of military service. I was going to be a lifer. I was shooting for 30. But like I said, my plans got interrupted because I had a selfish family. You know, there were six more brothers and sisters, and none of them would step up the plate to do what needed to be done. So I had to do it. And that ended my illustrious military career.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
I'm trying to think.
Ramstein Air Base is a major U.S. military. Yes. Did you ever get to go over to Ramstein, or is that where you were out
I've
of
been
it
to
all?
I've been to Ramstein. We would
Yeah.
fly out of there on certain, depending on where we were going, but we would fly out of there.
Did you ever get to guess you could say riverboat cruise, so to speak, on the Rhine?
A kayak,
Oh.
yeah, we kayaked on uh, some branches of it. One of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to go back then. It was still East Berlin and West Berlin, you know,
Mhm.
because it was still East Germany, West Germany, and Russia and all that. But I always wanted to go to Berlin for the history, you know. But because of my security clearance, I wasn't allowed to. Because in order to get to Berlin, you had to pass through Russian territory, and they wouldn't let uh, uh, certain individuals with the upper security clearance. They didn't want to take a chance of the Russians snatching them off the plane.
Gotcha.
I mean, off the train. Back then, it was train only. You couldn't fly in or out. But yeah, I was in Frankfurt, Darmstadt, Würzburg, Grafenwehr, uh, Munich, Nuremberg. Nuremberg was awesome with the Coliseum and all that, where they held the trials and whatnot
Hmm.
for the Nazis. Ramstein, Stuttgart, Regensburg. I was a whore. That's what I was. They said, "You're going here," and I said, "No, I'm not." And they said, "Oh, yes, you are."
Did you
They
ever go
won
to
every.
Wiesbaden?
Yep.
My friend of mine, I didn't actually meet her until we moved to Georgia. Funny how military brats run into each other, right? And that's where her dad, well, her parents were both civil service, and so they were stationed over at Wiesbaden.
And I found out real quick the numbering system over there in Germany is different than ours.
Mhm.
When you're using hand signals, you know how that works, right?
Yes.
If you
Hmm.
want one of something, you hold your thumb up. If you hold up your index finger trying to say, "Bring me one beer," you end up with two. And it took me a while to figure that out. I'm like, well, I wasn't there that long, and I'm like, beer, beer, and I hold up my hand because I didn't speak. Only German I knew was "Wo ist die Toiletten?" Where's the bathroom? It was the first thing I learned. But finally, a guy came in, another service guy. I'm like, the weirdest shit. I said, I'm ordering one beer, and she keeps bringing me two. And he says, "Well, I'll watch you order next time." And he said, "Well, that's the problem. You're holding up your index finger, which stands for two. If you want one, you hold up your thumb." I said, "Well, that's good to know." The other thing was they like their beer warm, room temperature.
All of Europe's like that. Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, well, they don't use all the preservatives and junk that we do.
True.
That's why the Germans used to say beer is bread. Because, like, if you got a dark beer, which is basically made out of wheat,
Hmm.
it's like eating wheat bread, basically, because it doesn't have all that preservative crap in it.
Hmm. Well,
I
they call
remember,
it wit or vit.
I remember
Hmm.
when we went to, we took that train ride up to uh, Denmark in the town. The train, we was on this big train. It was the old European style, where the hallway was on one side and then you had six people to a cabin.
Yeah.
And and actually, if thinking about it, if I could find all my slides and pictures, I bet you these coaches were probably leftover war coaches. The way they look, I mean, they looked that old. But and then we took the train into Copenhagen, and then from Copenhagen took another short train over to Roskilde, which was on the ocean front.
Okay.
God dang, that was brutal. It was cold, the wind was blowing, but went out to a local pub there, and I always liked the dark beer. And I
Hmm.
ordered one, or best that I could, and
Good
they
Dunkel.
brought it. Yeah, they brought the beer, and they brought me a glass, and I went to pour it out into the glass. And you know how molasses, maple syrup, when it's cold, trying to pour it out of a bottle. That's how this beer was. I finally got it into the glass and took one swig, and it tasted like a repurposed used ashtray. I don't know how else
That's
to
how I feel
describe it.
about Guinness. Guinness beer, it tastes like it's burnt. I'm like, ugh.
It was horrible. And we got married and divorced on the same day. Got there, got married. We brought She brought the wedding, the big white wedding gown with the big train on it, and I had my military uniform. Well, we got a phone call to go show up, and we assumed it was to do the pre-paperwork. So we're in blue jeans. I'm in blue jeans and a t-shirt, and she's in uh of some sort of pantsuit type thing. And we go in there, and the judge says, "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" And I said, "Get married?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Yeah, that's why we're here." And then he asked the wife. He said, "You sure this is what you want to do?" And she said, "Yeah." So we're thinking we're planning, doing the paperwork something. Next
Yeah.
thing I know, he slams his stamp down on a piece of paper, has these two girls that are on either side of him sign it, and handed it to us and said, "You're married." You're talking about a big letdown. She was heartbroken.
Oh my goodness, I would have been
Yeah.
too.
Well, we got ready to leave to come back to Germany. So we stopped at a bank in order to convert the Danish money over to either dollar bills or Deutschmarks. Don't ask me how. I have not a clue. She got her purse stolen while in the bank. All of our money, all of her traveling papers, passport.
Is that you, Mayo
Was,
Monkey?
Of course, sir.
Alrighty. I thought I recognized the avatar, but I haven't heard you in a while. Welcome to the show, Mr. Mayo Monkey.
What's up,
praise
man?
God.
Thank you, Chuck, Mayo Monkey. Thank you both
Yeah.
for your service. I hope y'all are having a
Hey, Judy.
wonderful Veterans Day.
Chuck.
What's that, Mail?
I said, hey, Chuck.
Hey,
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 Judy.
what's going on, Mail? Salute. Oh, damn it.
Do you have any stories from your time in service you would like to share, or any discussion or topic you would like to discuss that you choose to bring up?
I'd like to bring up a better benefit package for veterans.
Alrighty, you have the floor, good sir.
Okay. I don't think they should get pay for retirement. I think every veteran should get a 5% tax rebate for income and property tax for every year served. Do 20 years, that's 100% on both. Much better than the 50% base pay rate retirement crap they get now. Any pushback?
No. I'm not a veteran, so I don't speak on these matters, but I actually think that that's a very good idea so far. Let me ask you, on top of that, do you think the government should divvy out parcels of government land to veterans, or is that too far? Or what do
In
you
my
think about
book,
that?
No,
I think that
most government land is pretty fucking worthless. If you look at it, it has no commercial purpose. You know, if you, especially out in the like the Southwest, where the government owns most of the land,
you're talking
it's
about
just empty
desert.
desert.
Yeah. I think I would take a even if they had to buy it, I would take a piece of land with a dwelling on it
I'm
in
gonna let our
return.
two veterans have the spotlight so they can converse with one another and talk their points. So
How long were you in, Mayo?
I did 10 years active, 2 years or 3 years guard,
What branch?
Army, both.
Awesome. What was your MOS?
67 Romeo.
I'm trying to remember that one. It's been a few years.
Apache mechanic.
What's that?
Apache mechanic.
Oh, okay. I
Now it's a
started,
15 Romeo.
yeah, I started off as a 26 Lima, which was a tactical satellite and microwave systems repair person. But over the course of the years, like you said, I ended up with about 8 or 10 new designations when they kept changing the designator on
Oh, yeah.
the MOS.
Yeah.
It was
Technically,
crazy.
I was a 67 Romeo, 30 Q2 Papa.
I'm telling you. Oh yeah, I didn't add the extra designators, and all that was when he said like Q2, the two would have stood for his rank being an NCO, right?
No, the 3 would.
Okay. Like I
Yeah,
said,
that
it's
would be
been a
the
few
3.
years. A
Yeah.
lot of things have changed.
Yeah.
Oh, I know another one too. When there was two types of people that no, let me rephrase that. Three types of people that went into the military back when I joined. Those that wanted to serve their country, those that was just looking for a paycheck, and then the criminal element. That it was either go into service or go to jail or prison. Was it that way when you joined?
No, no, it was those who wanted to serve your country and those who wanted to get their college paid for afterwards. When I
Oh,
joined.
that's right. Yeah, the GI Bill.
Yeah.
However, this in a way the smart ones would have done it because you could take there was uh satellite colleges on most of the bases I was on. So theoretically you could take classes and get paid while you were still serving.
Well, but see, back then, because I served from 87 to 98 active duty.
Okay.
Back then, for college classes, you actually had to go to them.
They
There
they
wasn't any
used
online.
no.
Yeah,
They
they would
actually
give
had
classes at the
colleges.
they would give them at the base education center, but you had to
Okay.
attend.
Right. There was no online. Right.
Yeah. But the problem is, how do you attend a college class when you go to NTC 2 times a year?
Yeah.
How do you attend a college class when you spend 4 months a year in the field?
Yep.
I
Or if
signed
you're
up for 10 college classes in my 10 years I was in. I
yeah,
actually
that's
completed 2 of them. I had to drop the rest of them due to Army
yep.
requirements.
That's a fact. You could
And you
lay out
also
the
didn't
best
get,
plan.
yeah, you didn't get reimbursed until
You
after you
didn't?
passed. No, not until after you passed.
Oh, that must have
Back
been
then.
a change because they would
Oh,
pay
yeah.
us as we went along.
Yeah.
Well, they took my uh what the hell was it? It wasn't a GI Bill. It was but
It was probably the veterans era, the Vietnam era one. Veep,
yeah, yeah, it was
I
Veep.
think. Yeah.
They took mine away because I wouldn't re-enlist at the end there. They took a stripe. They took a good conduct medal from me. I like, you can do what you want, assholes. I was done by then.
You gotta love the good conduct medal and the whole concept of it, right?
Yep.
It's such a surprise that you're not going to get in trouble in 3-year stints that they give you a medal if you don't get in trouble.
I remember when I got they didn't have at the time, they didn't have the Army Achievement Medal. I got a close to one above an ARCOM, Army Commendation Medal, and I was the only one out of 300 people that got one. Oh boy, were the other people pissed. Well, he got one. Why didn't I get one? Well, you didn't do what I did. If you did what I'd done, you'd might have gotten one. But yeah, it was quite the life. 3 hots in a cot. Did you ever see any action?
Yeah, Desert Storm.
Okay.
And I did a little bit of time in Panama.
I got Grenada when it first kicked off. That was a short one though.
Oh man,
I think Panama was a short one too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know that was the one where they went and got Noriega, kidnapped him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they was actually they was using St. Louis as a practice field for that. For going after Noriega. Because we had these helicopters in the middle of the night flying around with no markers lit up or anything.
Yeah, the 160th guys.
Oh,
See,
speaking
the funny thing was the
160th.
82nd Apaches were sitting in Panama the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
They were already in country
Yep.
when the paratroopers jumped out of the planes.
Well, I was attached to the 160th when it didn't exist. And the only
when
reason
it was, what the hell was it?
Black Ops.
Task Force 118.
It was Black Ops.
Well, it was Task Force 118 was its official designation.
But it wasn't until that soldier got killed that is when the 160th got exposed. Because the parents had hired a lawyer and they kept pushing. And when the paperwork come out, somebody spotted that it was actually the 160th. And they made a big to-do about it. So they ended up putting signs up, welcome to the 160th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many times the wife hated that. You get called in on alert and you don't come back home and they call the base and the base says they're not here. Well, where are they at? We have no idea. They're not on duty.
Yeah, can't tell you.
And then you get back home and you're trying to explain where you been for 2 weeks. Army says you wasn't playing Army. They lied. They lied to you. Imagine that. Somebody lying to you. Did you ever get to enjoy C-Rats or were the MREs the thing in play?
I was in all MRE time.
Okay. C-Rats were stand for canned rations, which were Vietnam era rations we were eating out of a can. Oh, that was strange. And then they came out with the MREs.
I have a C-Rat that I found at a yard sale, a full one that's still got cigarettes in it.
Yep, they used to come with 2 cigarettes in it. The only sea rat I wouldn't eat was the one called the ham and cheese omelet, or it's got another name, but it was an omelet in a can, is what they called it. You open that can up, you just toss that thing. That thing wasn't fit for man nor beast to consume. It was horrible. And the bad part about it was the eggs always had a green tint to them. Never did figure that one out. It was in that can. But no, overall, I enjoyed it. Made a man out of me.
I don't regret it. The only thing I regret is staying in so long.
Yeah, you got to that halfway point, and you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Well, I couldn't do it anymore. After Clinton allowing the
Oh,
gays to semi-openly serve,
don't ask, don't tell, wasn't it?
all that
Yeah.
bullshit. Because people think this woke stuff in the military is new, and it's not.
Uh-uh.
They've been doing this shit a long time. I mean, honestly, some of the first colleges to go woke were the military academies. They were some of the first ones to start preaching this bullshit.
Oh, I can believe that. When I first got in, if you were gay, because there was gays in there. However, you kept your mouth shut and you didn't act like a gay person, because you could get thrown out of the service immediately for that when I first went in. You know, you couldn't prance around and things like that. You had to act like a real soldier. But if you wanted to get flamboyant, they would haul you in on the carpet and you'd get discharged.
Well, my whole thing with gays in the military, right? It was two issues, right? Good order and discipline, and the fact that they would have to be treated differently
See,
than
we didn't
other
have that.
soldiers. You know how? Because remember back then, males and females had their own barracks, right?
I was part of a test program when they were trying to integrate the women with the men.
It was a
Total
nightmare.
disaster. Yes, it was. I got in more trouble,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, 18-year-olds in alcohol
and
equal
pussy.
fucking.
Yep.
And especially in when you're running about 30-to-1 males to female ratio. It's going to be a lot of fighting, a lot of fucking. And just like now, the problem with sexual assault in the military. Well, what they don't tell you is that the biggest problem with sexual assault in the military is male on male sexual assault. They hide that fact. And if you want to stop the male and female sexual assault, put them in different
Yeah.
barracks again. Put them in different barracks
Yep.
again.
Yep.
That way, if they want to go do stupid shit, they got to go do that shit in a hotel room off post.
Yeah, that's how. But I can remember there was a big disruption, and where I got in trouble was when we go to the field, and the females would say, "Oh, it's that time of the month. I need to go in and have a shower." No one else could shower. I said, "Here's your helmet. Put some water in it. And go clean up." Well, I need some pads, so I went to the mess hall and got a packet of table napkins and brought them back. Well, she went and made a complaint. I got in trouble. In fact, I was forced to drive her back into post in order for her to do her hygiene stuff.
Oh yeah,
And
it was by regulation they had to have a shower every 3 days. You can sit out there for a month.
Females.
Yeah. You can sit out there for a month or two, but they had to have a shower every 3 days.
And then, the first couple of days being out in the field ain't no biggie. Everybody gets settled in, figured out what's what. But then the longer you're out there, the sniffers would come out.
Give me 1 second,
Hey,
gentlemen.
yes,
Abe,
sir.
thank you for your service. I appreciate you. We all appreciate you. I hope you're having a good Veterans Day. And you gentlemen can go ahead.
Oh, I was just hoping Josh would show.
That's who I'm waiting on. I don't know where Josh is at because he really wanted the debates.
I think I scared him.
Did you hit him up in Discord?
He don't answer his Discord anymore. Let me call him.
Yeah, I don't, because honestly, I think even the way the VA is doing it now needs to be changed.
Oh, speaking of which, in case anybody hadn't noticed, we got a little banner running at the bottom of the screen with a little bit of information in there for any veterans or even regular folk that might be in despair and distress, that might need a little help. We've got some information posted where you can reach out to get such help to try to make your life a little bit better. Because I know a lot of boys came back with a lot of mental scars. And I can't vouch for their system at all because I'm not allowed to use the VA. So I got in there at a wonky or got out at a wonky time. Big transition period and policy and it was just weird. Wasn't entitled to this, was entitled to that. No, you're not entitled to this type of thing. But no, that my avatar is I was either 16 or 17 when this picture was taken. I don't even know if I was on active duty or if I was just right at going in. Because I went in under the delayed entry program is what I went in under because I wasn't old enough yet. Even though all the papers were signed, so they called it a delayed entry. And then when that date come, then I was officially a government soldier. Where'd you do boot camp at? Oh, back to by myself.
You there,
Everybody
Megan?
died.
I reached out to Josh. He did not pick up.
Yeah, I did basic at Fort Dix, New Jersey, Fort Disney
New
World.
Jersey. Yep. Fort Dix. And what was that? Fort Jackson, South Carolina is where I did mine. Did my AIT at Fort Gordon, Georgia. And then did jump school at Fort Benning. Was in the 82nd, the 101st. And get passed around between all these different outfits. I never did figure out of all my brightness why I never picked to go to Hawaii.
I never wanted to go to Hawaii. The only places I wanted to go was Germany, and that was my first duty assignment.
I went to Germany and I fell in love over there with the country, you know. It took me a while to get used to the fact that they showered once a week on Saturday, and you get on mass transit like on a Friday night to go out. Oh, you could have. It was bad. Hairy armpits.
Oh yeah, hairy legs.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
nothing
didn't
like seeing
shave.
fishnet stockings with hair coming through the fishnets.
Oh,
That
ew.
shit was rough.
Found out what a fish bar was too. That's where you go in and they got you get a drink and there'll be a scantily clad woman come over and start talking to you. And she say, buy me a drink. But that's as far as it would go. And they
Oh
might
yeah,
be
and you buy
showing
her
it.
$25 drinks.
Yes, no matter what it was like
You straight,
$25.
yeah.
They'd be playing they'd have a screen set up in a section where they were showing a porno, but you wasn't allowed to do any prostitution wasn't allowed on the actual establishment, land, building, whatever you want to call it. It was weird. And them places would be packed with soldiers. Thinking, oh, she likes me. No, she likes your money. You're not going to get in. You're not going anywhere with her. You're going to buy her a drink. She's going to whisper sweet nothing in your ear, and you're going to go back with a stiff dick. I don't know if they were still over, but like I said, the exchange rate was like 4 or 5 mark to the dollar when I was there.
Oh yeah, it was like $3.65 to the dollar when I was there, and E3s were driving around a brand new BMW 3 Series.
Yes, sir. And being married, I was able to live off base, which was great. You got that extra money coming in, and with that exchange rate, you actually had some pocket change left over. But I used to get my beer. The beer would be delivered to the house, and the bread, fresh bread. Yeah, it was great. Their whole
What about the
system,
milk?
huh?
Was milk delivered too?
I didn't order milk,
No, Germans didn't drink milk.
Oh,
They drank
not
beer.
very much, and they drank goat milk, not
Mhm.
cow milk.
oh, okay. Yeah, because over in England, every morning when we lived off base, we got the bottled milk delivered in little
The
crates.
glass jars.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And let me tell you, best milk ever. But y'all carry on.
Oh yeah, I had that as a kid in Jersey. Everybody had that little aluminum milk box out by their front door.
Yep.
Leave your empty bottles in there and get them replaced magically.
Now
Yep.
if you do that, somebody steal it.
Oh, hell yeah.
But no, it was a good time, I guess. Like I said though, it made a man out of me, a better man. Taught me discipline, respect, things like that. What it meant to work with somebody else as a unit as opposed to individuals. When you
I
went
couldn't
in,
recommend it. I couldn't recommend it today though.
y- yeah, it's changed. Especially during the woke period, when I seen the story where in basic training they gave them these little cards, like in soccer tournaments, the referee has those little cards they would red or yellow or whatever for an infraction. But they gave them these cards and they were allowed to hold up a card anytime during training if they felt anything like, oh,
Stressed out.
they're being too mean to me. And I almost I almost died when I read that. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. You hurt my feelings, Sarge.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Yeah, no shit.
That's how it
And
was
see
when
that,
I
yeah,
joined.
Gosh.
and that's the problem with today's military, right? You can't break down, or you can't rebuild something you didn't break down.
Correct.
And basic training, they don't get break down anymore.
You can't. I don't see how that's going to work.
So
You're
all
gonna,
you have is the same asshole that was on the street 8 weeks ago, now wearing a uniform.
yeah. If he was going to stab you in the back 8 weeks ago, he's still going to stab you in the back instead of relying on you as a partner, not an adversary. Because when you're out there, you've got to depend on your fellow that you got to your right or to your left if everybody wants to survive. You can't have like was it like Orthodox says, the weakest link in a chain. But if your whole chain's made of weak links, you're screwed from the get go.
Oh yeah, no, that's bad. The group is only as strong as the weakest link, but
There
if
you
the
go.
whole
That's
damn
what I was
chain
looking
is
for.
weak, that's crazy. You got some bad iron.
Oh yeah, and we have to start letting people go that don't fit.
Welcome to the show, Dennison.
You know,
Well, why don't you put everybody back up on the screen?
Fair enough.
I'm here to take the position that Veterans Day does not exist.
Really? Doesn't it? It don't exist?
Yeah, it's not
Okay.
real.
Would you care to explain that, Lucy?
Sure, what part don't you get?
You said it's not
The
real.
whole
It don't
statement?
exist. Yeah, I'm confused.
About what part?
You said it's
What?
not real. It doesn't exist. Can you break that down?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, like it's not real, it's fake. Fugazi.
Why
You're
or how? What makes
you're
it fake
still
or
you're
not
still
real?
not
So
you're not giving any explanation on what you're saying.
Do you
Help
know
me
what
out,
fake
OG.
means?
Maybe I'm not phrasing my question right.
So I think what they're trying to ask you is why do you think that? I think that's the actual question they're trying to ask. Why is that?
Mhm. I did ask that.
There you go. What's the reasoning behind that statement? Yeah.
Yeah.
I said that.
Why is it important?
You're changing the question. Go
No,
back to the
no,
No,
original
don't answer a
statement.
no,
question with a question.
no.
Answer what I
That's that's a good start with explaining it. Um, so I kind of I kind of understand what you're getting at, but I think that we should celebrate the military and the working man in general every day, not just Veterans Day and for workers Labor Day. I think that we should celebrate the men and women who drive our country to greatness and then those who protect it as well every day.
I
So
don't think the military protects us.
What?
Why?
I haven't seen any evidence that they do.
You being able to sit here and talk on this internet right here is direct evidence.
I don't think so.
Well, that's a you problem, not a reality problem. See how that works? Yeah.
That's not a problem for me.
Okay.
So what is it? What is it you think the military does? It doesn't protect the interests of the nation and the people.
Well, the interests of the nation, maybe. I don't know if that's the same thing as the interests of the people.
So if Veterans Day doesn't exist, what do you think that the holiday that we're, because I don't think you mean that literally. Obviously, it's a set aside day for a specific holiday within our country. So, what
No,
do
I
you
just
think?
thought we were debating Veterans Day, so I was going to take the most controversial opinion.
Oh no, it's Veterans Day debates. We have a list of topics in the description. I can't show them because it's really small when I do the screen share, and there's like 20 of them bad
Uh,
boys.
that's what she said. Really
I can
small.
share it for you
Go ahead.
if you want.
Yeah, no, I would actually enjoy that if you can fix the if
I
your
could
screen
probably
share.
fix whatever problem you're having too, but if you want me just to share it real quick, I can.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That way people can actually see the topics. But no,
You want to send me a link or something?
yeah, I got you. I'll post it and I'll send it to you in Discord.
So I can try to present screen and see if that works, or I can use OBS and you can maximize me,
Okay.
whichever way you think is better.
Fair
I guess we
enough.
should try present screen first. That makes sense.
Here you go. I sent you the link to the video, and it's the description. Or I can just copy and paste the.
Where am I looking?
It's in the description under today's topics.
Oh, duh.
Nobody looks at the description box anymore. I
No,
don't think.
sir, they do not.
I
No.
used to, but so few people actually use it, So I get thrown
True.
off.
That's true. I'll give you that one. I gotta step away for a couple of minutes. Maybe Mayo. Oh, Mayo left.
No, I'm here.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
Oh,
okay.
I see what you mean. You want to have this text displayed on the screen. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how this works. I'm not so sure it'll work for me either. Let's see.
But
I'm going to turn audio off.
fair. There we go. There we go. So here, and anybody who joins is completely allowed to bring their own topic. But some of the topics today, I'm gonna skip a few. How would society react to new veterans issues after a new industrialized conflict, i.e., Ukraine and Russia, or China and Taiwan? Should the U.S. expand VA healthcare eligibility to all veterans regardless of discharge status? Does society owe veterans a lifelong financial support, or should benefits be phased out over time? Is the GI Bill the gold standard for veteran transition, or does it need modernization for today's economy?
The GI Bill's already been replaced.
Fair enough.
So, and it is a lot better because now it covers like food and housing costs while you're going to school, which it never did before.
Are we repeating Vietnam era mistakes in how we honor or fail to honor veterans of unpopular or prolonged wars? Should mandatory national service replace or supplement the all volunteer force to better integrate veterans into society? Are veteran homeless prevention programs effective, or should the military guarantee housing for life to those who have served in combat? So,
That's a good one.
is the U.S. doing enough to protect veterans from predatory lending and financial exploitation after service? Should veterans
They
of
don't even do that in service.
That's crazy. I feel like they really should. Should veterans of drone and cyber operations receive the same combat-related benefits as traditional ground troops? Will autonomous weapons reduce the need for human veterans or create a new class of traumatized operator? So, should the U.S. adopt a veteran tax credit for employers to incentivize hiring, or does it distort the labor market? As warfare goes global and borderless, how will society define veterans in an era of private military contractors and allied coalitions?
Hired hitmen and drones.
Pretty much. So anybody is welcome to come up. And if you don't want to debate and just talk about any of these topics, tell us how you feel. If you got your own topic or thing that you want, or your own conversation you want to have, that is more than welcome.
Let's go to the first one, right?
Okay.
U.S. losses in Afghanistan for soldiers were less than on one day, D-Day.
Mhm.
The entire time. So society would be horrified in a modern war scenario
And that's
if we got
Mhm.
involved in a long-term conflict.
And that's just with near peer competitors like Ukraine and China, or like Russia and China. And this is something that you and I have talked about like for the past couple of years off and on whenever we find ourselves on the same panel. I know as far as whose side we agree with is who's right and wrong, we debate and argue that. But I think we both have the same opinion that comparing the conflict of Ukraine and Russia or the potential conflict of China and Taiwan is asinine because they are at minimum near peer competitors and not, a disorganized military fighting force. They have some industry to back them, and it wouldn't be counterinsurgency. It would literally be, modern
Force on force, yeah.
Yeah,
red on blue conflict.
Yeah, and that would be horrifying to see in the modern world because we've reached the level of technology that basically puts us back at World War I, where in the countryside it's trench warfare if there's conflict, and in the city there's just going to be brutal door-to-door fighting. It's not going to be the mobile doctrine that they used during World War II in the Cold War.
And you look at like World War II and the country's response to that, right? And everybody likes to try and compare the GWAT, Global War on Terror stuff, to that. And I'm like, no, America wasn't at war during GWAT. America was at the mall while a very small minority of people were fighting. It was not World War II, where damn near every family at least knew somebody, if not 10 people serving.
I don't think that we as a nation can handle that. I don't think that's something that the multicultural West is capable of surviving.
Oh, no. Our society would fall apart because you would have people. It would look almost like Vietnam did, but on a much larger scale, with the social unrest and the attacks within our own society on the government. Because if we got into a war in Africa and Somalia was the main objective, do you think the Somalians in Minnesota wouldn't act up?
Was it just that, right? For one, you do have the fifth columns that the U.S. was afraid of with the Japanese in World War II. That's why what happened with them happened, because of what they did, of what a few Japanese people did on Hawaii when pilots crash landed or were shot down. But you also have like you mentioned the fifth column, but you also have sympathizers, communist sympathizers within the U.S. government that have almost no punishment in place like they did in the Cold War in the 1950s.
They're celebrated today.
So, I mean,
look at Zohan Mandani.
And that's the thing. And like this society would crumble. You would see we would face a situation similar to Russia in World War I if we went into a war now. Like an actual war. And if America's involved in an actual, like you said, red versus blue scenario, it's going to quickly devolve into a world war, is my theory.
Oh, And it's going to evolve into a civil war here, a limited civil
And
war.
that's what I mean by the Russian situation from World War One.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have like people, young men are not want to leave their families and be willing to go fight in a foreign war if they turn on the news and there's communist elements or there's sympathetic elements to their enemy bombing or harassing or even protesting near their homes.
Or running New York City.
That's why you don't tell them.
They're running cities in America right now. They're sitting in Congress right now. People with
And
the
you
same
give them
beliefs.
lots of weed and
The
heroin.
biggest city in America, right? What is whenever people think of America, they think New York City, and this is what
That's
is
terrible.
representing us.
Did you guys see the that British vet on British TV?
Yes, I for my political beliefs, that makes me so happy. I feel sad for him, but it puts a
is
smile
sad.
on my face. It puts a smile on my
But I
face. I'm not
guarantee you,
gonna lie.
most vets feel the same way. I'm just amazed that the BBC allowed it to be played.
I am too. I am too, because you have a World War II veteran literally telling his country, I don't feel like the sacrifice was worth it. And I'm just sitting here beaming like, I told you so, I told you so. Not to the veteran,
Will
but
we be
to
allowed to watch
the
that on
people
here?
my age. I don't think so. I think BBC would have a fit. We can try, but like I'm sitting here to people my generation going, I told you so, I told you so, especially to the Antifa fucks. And I'm like, no, I'm like, you're the reason that he feels that way. You stupid chuckle fucks. like like and he's not the only World War II veteran to have done that. He's just the most high profile because of all the political nonsense that's been going on.
Oh yeah, he's watching his, he's watching his
The Germans literally said, well, H-Man literally said, and the German propaganda literally said, if we lose this war, the things that are happening now will happen within 100 years. And this veteran coming out and saying, this World War II, specifically World War II veteran, coming out and saying, I don't feel like the sacrifice is worth it. And a lot of them that I know of have come out and said similar things because the communists marching in the streets and the communist bullshit. And there were some that were disillusioned during the Vietnam era watching shit like the Chicago 7.
It's still misplaced anger, in my opinion. They should be more upset with their government than the communists in the streets. The United States itself has done more to violate the rights of its own citizens than any protesting commie could ever hope to achieve.
Fair enough, but
that's not really true. So.
Not laws. We literally heard it on the BBC News, the British Broadcasting Network.
I put it in the back. I put the link in the back. The whole 8-minute interview.
Yeah, we'll watch it. We'll watch a piece of it at least, because it'll add some context, and that way, not laws. I love you, not laws. You know I do, but me and you can spar on this.
Well, and you know what's funny? If he would have posted this on Facebook, he would have got a visit from the British police.
That's the wild part.
Statement he made? What was the statement he made?
That he doesn't feel like the sacrifice was worth it.
Does it?
Not a lot. There were quite a few left when I was a child, and I talked to him. I talked to as many as I could. I wonder why they have the pictures blurred out like that.
It's probably showing war footage.
Probably.
Real life.
Come out with a banger. Because if they showed the footage, they would be arrested. LOL. That's crazy. I wasn't expecting not lost. All right, not lost. You can add that notch to your belt. All right, you made me laugh.
This guy's a youngin' compared to me.
Damn,
Tootie, hold it down real quick. I gotta go let the dog out. We'll finish the interview when I get back.
Alrighty. You guys want to talk some more about y'all stuff?
Unfortunately, there's not enough of those guys left anymore.
Oh my
True.
god, yeah.
And I think I could be wrong, but I think what he's referring to is the Middle Eastern influx that's happening. I could be wrong. This guy's hard to understand. I caught the part about the captain's cock, and that was about it.
He's just telling a story about D-Day now. He hasn't got to the current situation yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
His name is Cox.
His
Oh,
name
okay.
was it
Judy Cox.
Okay.
Well, back then, what do they call him? Coxman? Coxman's
Yeah.
mate?
Yeah.
They were boat operators.
Yeah.
I am back. Let's get
Guys.
back. We're not expecting that at all. Let's run that back.
That was cold-blooded.
Fucking news anchor's face behind him. He's like, we're fucked.
Did
He's trying
he
so
give the
hard
reason?
to just gracefully guide the conversation a little bit, saying, "Okay,
Did he
let's
give the
go, Lord.
reason?
Get you out of here." Yes, okay, great.
He said there's less freedom now than when he fought for it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I couldn't understand.
Yeah, he said
him.
there's less freedom now than when he was fighting for it.
That's true.
Where's exactly?
Can't argue with that.
You can't even fly a British flag in Britain anymore.
And
Really?
after this is over, I put a paragraph in the back because Denison wanted to know what the poppy represented.
All right, I got you. And yes, those are poppies. D4. The poppy flower is
Heroin.
isn't it even the symbol for like Veterans Day here as well?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
that writing I put in the back.
I got you. We'll read it. We got a few more minutes of this video.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry we ruined your country. We can't let you speak on it too much, but we appreciate your sacrifice.
Damn, 100 years old.
How much you want to bet after he walked off that set, she was like, "Motherfucking these old motherfuckers on here all the damn time."
Us old folk. You better leave us old folk alone.
The paragraph that Chuck posted says the red poppy is nationally recognized symbol of sacrifice worn by Americans since World War I to honor those who served and died for our country. In all wars, it reminds Americans of the sacrifice made by our veterans while protecting our freedoms. And that dates back to World War I because when they were in the trenches and the places they were fighting, the poppy plant, the little red poppy plant, grew wild all over that part. The part, I believe it was the Western Front in France and Flanders Field and all that, because that's where they're talking, especially in Flanders Field, is where they're talking about the poppy. And there's so many those battles. The reason I mentioned the trench warfare in the modern time is like when you actually, a lot of people focus on World War II. If they focus on history, it's either the Roman era, the Civil War, the Revolution, or World War II, right?
Right.
A lot of people don't think about World War I. And I love history, so I've read a lot about World War I, and the trench fighting is hellacious. You're talking about tens of thousands of men.
That's where
lost.
mustard gas came from.
Well, you're talking about tens of thousands of men lost for less than a mile of territory gained.
Yep.
You're talking about like chemical warfare used in very small square meters and just desolate wasteland between you and the enemy, and then constant shell bombarding, constant machine guns, and then when shit is silenced, it's just waiting for it to start up again. And like people don't take time to research and understand, try to understand. Like it's scary. The next world war or the next major conflict, it's gonna be very scary because you already see Ukraine and Russia digging in and having trench warfare and in urban combat. and the way it
Oh, yeah,
affects the civilian populace, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, and technology brought us mechanized warfare, but technology also brought us back to trench warfare.
And that's if you think about it and you look throughout history, that's kind of the history of warfare, all the way back in tribal times, right? It started out, quick raiding, quick, fast, in a hurry. Then people developed armor, and it was meeting in the field and fighting, and it was a stalemate. And then people started using cavalry more and more, and it was quick and mobilized, all the way up until the line formations in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and then cavalry advancement started making the mobility of the conflict more and more so. Even in the classical period, you see the phalanx and then the advent of better cavalry tactics and technology. And that's kind of the cyclical nature of human warfare, is it technology brings us to mobility, and then the invention of new technologies kind of brings us back to that stalemate and that slow, rigid column structure. And unfortunately, and not lost put it in chat, static warfare.
Yeah,
The unfortunate.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Think about the addition of archery back then.
Yep.
And what that meant, and how many people died because they didn't have a counter to it. And archery then was the drone of today.
Exactly.
And when I was a kid, I was taught too that what do you see when you look out on a field of poppies? You see nothing but red.
Yeah.
Red. Well, the red stands for
Innocent
blood that was
heroin.
lost.
That's crazy.
Because World War One, and especially when we landed on Normandy, when we invaded, there's many stories where guys getting off of the landing craft saw nothing but a field of red, and it wasn't for poppies; it was the blood of their fellow soldiers that was spilled. There was that much blood that the sand was red, the grass was red, because the initial landing, and even World War One, like you said, you end up with 10,000 people in less than a mile. That's a lot of blood to be running on the ground.
Yep. Yeah, whenever I was living over in England, the only people that respected or even liked us Americans over there, primarily our military, were the people that were still alive from the wars.
Yep.
And
Same
then,
thing in Germany. Same thing in Germany when I was
their
stationed
younger
there.
crowds hated us.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, I was in Germany when the wall fell,
So was I.
and as soon as that
What
wall
year
fell,
was that?
89. November 9th, 89, right?
As soon as that wall fell, it became even the German government became hostile to U.S. forces.
Yeah, it was the youngins first, because I remember that. The older ones appreciated us. The younger German people were like the Green Party, I think they called them. They despised us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, in Bad Windsheim, a little town outside of Post, a guy that was drafted in the German army at 13 during World War II towards the end owned a restaurant, and soldiers didn't get charged in that restaurant years later. And he was a German army veteran.
Yep.
he was captured by the Russians in Berlin.
Mutual respect is what you got there.
Did any of y'all ever get to go to Luxembourg to Patton's grave?
No.
No. How about you, Mayo? Did you get to go when you were stationed over there? That place, oh my God. we went over there in the summer of '89, and we went all around, little family road trip. And when you walk through the gates and you see those massive rows of crosses and whatnot, it literally takes your breath away. You feel just all the you can feel the, I guess you can say, the ghost or the spirits there. Something is very just somber, I guess you can say.
Oh yeah, Belgium treated active duty military great. The Belgians and the Dutch
Mm-hmm.
treated
Yep.
us great. Germans not so much. Especially once that wall fell, boy. Man, we couldn't fly on the weekends. We couldn't even run a generator on the weekends on the flight line.
French too. The French weren't too happy with us either.
Yeah.
Brother, they thought it was on again. They were like, Achtung, it's time for part 3.
America, come save me once again.
What's up, Lauren?
Hey, Lauren. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm looking for my headset and it wasn't switching. My bad. I was coming up to kind of like guide a little bit of the conversation to a specific direction. So with everything going on right now in the United States, with so much things going on with ICE, the National Guard, Antifa, all these things that are happening. How do you think that that's going to influence the younger generation that's seeing that right now, right? And being raised in that environment? How is that going to affect their view on veterans and then also on enlisting in the military?
See that a lot of domestic law enforcement, especially concerning the border, was actually done by the military pre-World War II. That's why we have that line of bases on the southern border that we do.
Because what year, I don't actually know, what year did the actual like border patrol itself become a thing?
I believe it was 1943.
Okay. Because I just wonder in my mind, I think a lot of the things going on right now are going to have an impact on the younger generation in the sense of I feel like it will definitely make it to where enlistment numbers are going to be much, much lower, I think, than probably ever before.
I don't think so. I really don't.
And why? Can I ask why you think that?
Because all they're doing is forcing people to submit to U.S. law.
And you think that will have like the opposite effect? You think that'll make people actually want to combat that more and enlist at a higher rate then, or just in equal rate as we already are experiencing?
Well, as soon as Trump was, I think it was in the second quarter of the year that the military made all their re-enlistment or all their enlistment rates where they hadn't the 4 years before under Biden.
Like they actually released what their like numbers were, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What was the reasoning why they hadn't released it in the previous years?
Oh, they had.
Oh, okay.
They just didn't make those numbers in the previous years.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you there. Because they
People
obviously,
who are
what you're
for
saying
it
is, sorry,
will be
Jameson,
more for it. People who are against it will be more against it. And also money will flow into those agencies, which will encourage more employment. Because not all that stuff is necessarily enlistment. Especially like when you're talking about border patrol, right? When it becomes lucrative, people will look to it economically. And the Posse Comitatus Act prohibits the military from engaging in domestic law enforcement.
What year was that a thing? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
Like, is it relatively new, or is it like been here for a while? I
No,
guess?
it's old. It's old.
Oh, okay.
Predating the modern warfare era.
Okay. Yeah, but I actually agree with what you're saying. Because that's been kind of my stance on it, is that I feel like the current temperature, I guess, in the US, I feel like will make people that already view the military a certain way just kind of more pushed to their own side of already thinking. Like it'll make their bias even stronger, I feel.
Right.
Well, yes, but that's the way it's always going to work, right?
I think during the time when people are young, especially, yes. Yeah.
It does ebb and flow, though.
Mm-hmm.
So there are times where, like I wasn't there, but reportedly, there was an war movement during the latter stages of the Vietnam era, right?
Well, and I would say that movement itself had a large part of why everybody treated the veterans that came home from that war the way that they did.
Right.
So, because
I see it from.
Sorry, go ahead.
I see it from both sides. I don't appreciate like what was done in Vietnam, and I don't think it was good for me or my country. But I don't blame young men who either for reason of conquest and glory or patriotism and service decide to join the military. I expect young men to make prideful errors, and I don't think them evil for making bad choices.
Well, and I was talking to OG about how I feel like part of the reason why the Vietnam vets were received so horribly was because of the media actually covering a lot of the war. And I feel like that wasn't necessarily something that happened in the sense of I don't feel like they showed a lot of footage before that. And I could be wrong because I mean I am young and I don't really know for sure. But I feel like that was part of it is it was like the hippie era is my understanding, like, peace or whatever. And then the news was also showing a lot more than they had previously shown in other combat like situations.
Right. We
And I
had
think
more
that-
access than ever.
Yeah,
and you had stars like Jane Fonda
Oh,
twerking on anti-aircraft guns that were shooting down American jets. You won't find a
Jane.
Vietnam vet that doesn't want to slap her up.
She was pretty hot back in the day, though.
Well, it makes me wonder how veterans of now times, right, are going to be received when they come out of wars. Because now I feel like we get to see even more than back then. Granted, I do feel like society is a bit desensitized to the violence and seeing it. I kind of wonder how that will have an effect on the veterans that come back from wars that we'll experience in the future.
Well, see, the thing is, right, if you win the war, it's all glory, right? If you don't win the war, you have to have somebody to blame it on. We didn't win Vietnam. And it was blamed on the soldiers. We didn't win Afghanistan or Iraq. They already saw what a disaster it would be to blame it on the soldiers, so they actually blamed it on the contractors and the politicians. The politicians being where it should have been blamed. The blame should have fell in the first place. Because you don't send people to war and then tell them they can't shoot back. Desert Storm was the only one between Vietnam, the large operation anyway, between Vietnam that was a success.
Nope. You got to go all the way back to the Korean War. They wouldn't let them shoot back, even though they were getting shot at.
Oh yeah. And Task Force Smith.
Don't fire until fired upon.
Bill Hicks has a joke about that, considering there were like 86 casualties. He's like, does that mean if we sent 87 guys, we could have won the war? And the parade would have been just that Desert Storm.
Yeah, half of those were friendly fire incidents.
Yeah, he's like, does that mean if we sent 87 guys, we would have won the war? And it would have been just like that one guy in the parade, like, yep, it was me. I did it.
No. But during Desert Storm, right? They did the political thing, right? And when it came to war, they let Schwarzkopf do his thing. They let the dog loose.
He had pretty
And when we got
restrictive
right
rules
outside
of
of Baghdad,
engagement.
who? Schwarzkopf?
Storming
Yeah,
Normandy.
and Americans
No,
in
sir.
general,
No,
they
sir.
complained about it at the time.
No. No, dude. My division commander got in trouble because at our parade, this was the 1st Infantry Division commander, at our return parade, he mentioned the first morning of the conflict where he got out of his command track and looked at a buried, because they actually buried the Iraqi trenches with bulldozers, and how satisfying it was to see all the arms and legs sticking out of the sand. These guys were turned loose during Desert Storm.
Yes. That was the first,
Yeah.
very first one,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, first Gulf War. They were turned loose, and they were allowed to run like an army for 3 days. When they said stop, they stopped. That's why it was successful.
That's why
Because
Patton
politics,
was
the politicians
successful.
let the military do their job
Correct.
during that one.
Do what they're
They
trained to
did not
do.
let them do it in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Or Vietnam.
Exactly.
How about Bosnia?
We weren't at war in Bosnia.
Technically, Mayo, the last time we declared war was 1945 against Romania.
Yeah, but let's be honest, right?
I know.
I'm not talking about the technical. I'm not talking about the technical definition of war.
I'm
I'm talking
just
about
pointing.
sending our forces en masse to fight someone. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah, my husband got sent to Bosnia. Tell him that wasn't a war.
It was a war for them. It was a war. Oh no, I'm not saying there wasn't conflict there, but that was the result of bad politics.
Declared it. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
that was just a result of bad politics after the fall of the Soviet Union. And all it did was open up. It opened up age-old conflicts that already existed that only stopped because the strong fist of the Russian government. Because if they would have started that shit while they were under control of Russia, they'd have just killed both sides. So they learned to live in peace for 40 years. And then when that authority was taken away, they went back to their old bullshit. I mean, this Muslim Christian thing's been going on a long time.
Since there were Muslims and Christians.
Yeah. This is nothing new.
It's been going on since they existed. Shit.
Yep.
At this point, I'm not sure which side I'd rather win. I mean, have you ever had like a really good kebab?
Yeah, I can have kebabs without. I can have kebabs without the subjugation of everyone.
Well, not everyone, just women and infidels.
Yeah, but dude, Muslims don't even like other Muslims.
I'm talking about Willis.
Yeah, remember Lebanon?
Yeah, Beirut? My grandmother fled Lebanon.
Yeah. Who was fighting in Lebanon?
The Christians and the Muslims.
And 10 different sects of Muslims fighting amongst themselves, too.
Oh yeah, you gotta pick what I mean. Christians do that shit too. You gotta pick whatever sex in power. Once they finish off the people who
When was the
have,
last Christian sect war?
once they finish off the people that they have less of an agreement with God on, then they go to the people that they have more of an agreement with God on and fight with them.
Yeah. With Muslims, it never stops until everyone is destroyed except for that group.
You just gotta be part of that group, son.
Okay.
Allah
I ain't
Akbar.
bowing to nobody 5 times a day.
Islamic prayer is dope.
I got
They
bad
take
knees. Not for me.
they got a rug and a washing ceremony, and they sing and shit. It's way better than Catholicism's boring.
I don't agree with Catholicism either.
I'm not Catholic either.
I don't want Catholics
No
running the world.
religion. No.
Because guess what?
Mm-mm.
In Muslims, in a Muslim run world or a Catholic run world, young boys are at risk. Let's be honest.
I guess. I made it out of New England alive with my butthole intact.
But
There, but for the grace of God, go I.
Yeah, do you remember that cover up?
Oh, dude. I lived through it. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
the news stories were about my generation, my fucking schoolmates.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how the hell I avoided it. I never met a dirty priest in my life.
Well, apparently they didn't find you attractive.
They were everywhere, though, apparently.
That felt so wrong.
And honestly, I because you think if you're gay in America in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and you're Catholic, right? What's the only way you can deny your sexuality? It's to go into the
What do you
priesthood.
mean?
It's the only way you're going to be looked upon if you don't get married.
I mean, it's a convenient way to turn what would be shame and what's the word I'm looking for? Like you'd be lower class. It's a way to flip that on its head and be given like community respect for
Yeah, it's
remaining
social
unmarried.
camouflage. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
social camouflage.
But I don't see any malice in it if you don't touch boys. You know what I'm saying? Like if you just join the Catholic Church and fucking help people meet God and listen to their confessions, then I don't see the problem with it.
Yeah, if you do
Me
what you're
neither.
supposed to do.
Yeah. But
And you're
I would
flaming.
say that is, number one, that's not the reason to become a priest.
What is it?
To gain social clout and hide your homosexuality.
Well, I think that there's a lot of gay priests who would probably disagree with you on that one.
Mm. But I don't think that's the reason you're supposed to join the priesthood.
Yeah.
It's not one of the tenets of priesthood, But it was obviously known about and hidden for years.
It's kind of kinky that both the priests and the nuns are married to Christ.
No, just the nuns. I have an aunt that's one. That's a whole nother mind fuck right there.
Have you ever heard the song Christian Woman by Typo Negative?
Oh my God, yes. I love that song.
It's a pretty good one.
Yes.
Can we bring that veterans list back up again? Orthodox.
Yeah.
What do we got here?
Yes, sir.
Are you getting sweepy?
Number two, the Freedom of Navigation Act. I mean, honestly, if we're going to have the boats sitting there anyway, they may as well be doing something that's going to benefit us. And free trade benefits us.
Lobster. Convert them all to fishing boats. Lobster for everyone, even the illegals.
Should the U.S. expand healthcare eligibility to all veterans, regardless of discharge status? No, I don't believe they should.
No, absolutely not.
I would say yes.
A dishonorable discharge deserves to be paid, to be
anyone like, so first of all, the military should be overhauled, because it's not like it doesn't uphold its intended purpose. I don't think the U.S. military has been used to defend the liberties of the American people for quite some time, and then even then it's arguable because I wasn't there. But that being said, if it were, then these people should be the most well taken care of in our society.
Current mental health programs? No, definitely not. And my primary example of that will be the use of off-label medications to treat PTSD.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
No, it's not.
You don't want pills to be able to be used off-label if you and your doctor agree on it?
The pills that were approved for the treatment of PTSD to be given to people with PTSD. I don't want off-label prescriptions given to them to treat symptoms, which is what the VA mainly does.
That sounds like patient freedom to me.
No, because the patient doesn't have any choice in this. He doesn't get to pick his medication.
Well, of course you do.
No, you don't.
You might not be able to afford it.
No, you get to pick whether you're
for
going to take it or not.
No, you get what they give you, and that's it.
You don't have to take it.
No.
So then they go untreated instead of treating them with the right medication, but they don't just because it's expensive.
Are you like confusing no-name brands with off-label?
No. Off-label prescription means it's given for something that it wasn't intended to treat. Just
right, because it works.
Side effects treat no. It just treats the side effects.
There aren't any drugs that don't just treat the side effects.
A highly misused drug that is given way off what it was created for is gabapentin.
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
anybody that was on pain meds got put on gabapentin afterwards.
That
after they cut the pain meds.
Well, let's let Dennison and Mayo discuss this further with each other for a little bit. So let's look at the topic again. So
read it for me. I can't see.
Where was it at? It was number 4. Our current veteran mental health programs, e.g., PTSD treatment sufficient for unique challenges of post 9/11 wars.
No, definitely not.
Do you agree or disagree with that, Mayo?
Which one was it?
It was number 4. Or no, I'm sorry, number 4. Our current veteran mental health programs, e.g., PTSD treatment sufficient for unique challenges of post 9/11 war veterans.
No, surely not.
No. So is the disagreement that y'all agree that it's not, but what y'all disagree on is what should be done. So,
I thought they were talking about number 3.
I'm gonna go ahead and say. Go ahead, Dennison. You can go ahead.
I think patients should be able to use drugs off-label. If they it should be up to the patient and the doctor.
And you disagree with that, correct, Mayo?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
most patients aren't educated enough to know about these medications.
I don't disagree with that. So I would say that patients both have a right to use drugs off label and a right to be educated.
But once again, this isn't a choice they're given.
It should be.
Their choice is take what we give you or take nothing at all, and
I'm not sure that I
possibly losing
believe that, but
and possibly lose your
that
benefit
sounds
because of it.
that sounds illegal.
It's not.
It sounds like a violation of several federal laws. But
It's
assuming
not.
it's not, then we should make it illegal and give people both the ability to choose and the right to an education about what they're taking. That's what I would advocate for. Informed patients who make their own decisions. And then, of course, I would restructure licensing and tort regulation when it comes to like doctors and their liability. But I do believe that doctors should have rights. So, they should have power in the decision making process. If they don't want to give a certain kind of treatment, then they shouldn't be forced to.
Well, the thing is though, the VA has an approved medications list, right? And for years, the things approved for PTSD treatment were not on that list. Years. You can read
Yeah,
up
that's bad too.
yeah. I mean, this is a
Yeah.
well documented
we
problem in the VA.
we don't do government well. We don't like put the money in the right places. The people who are in government are usually like low paid people, like people who don't have experience in the private sector, aren't advanced in their fields. A lot of them are foreigners from other countries and they hate us and hate our veterans. These are all problems, but I would reform that. I wouldn't take away patients' rights because
Well, you're not taking away patients' rights. You're actually giving them the right to be treated with the drug that's been approved for their problem instead of using other drugs to mask it.
hey, I mean, that's what PTSD drugs do, though. They treat the symptoms.
No, sir. They're not supposed to.
There's no cure for PTSD. And like, again, if another drug works for somebody, like cannabis would be off label up until 10 years ago.
It still is to the VA.
Well, I mean, yeah. QED. This is my point. Like, patients should be able to choose.
But they're not able to choose, sir. They don't have the choice of the proper medications.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying they should be.
And I would agree with you on that. But using off-label medications is bad, generally.
It's life-saving in some cases.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They're actually very...
I literally just proved to you how you agree with me that it is. Unless you think cannabis is bad.
Yes, I do.
Oh, well,
and I'll believe it's a medication.
You're uninformed.
When it's given by dosage.
It is.
But this isn't a cannabis. We can have a cannabis argument some other time.
It's off-label drug usage, and you're just simply uninformed.
We're talking about drugs available to veterans, cannabis not being one of them, and we're specifically talking about the VA treatment.
Yeah, cannabis should be added to the available drugs as long as other drugs.
If you're a veteran in Florida and you get a prescription from your doctor for medical cannabis, dispensaries now give it to you for free. So
that's neat.
Positive.
Oh, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that at all.
It sounds like you do.
No.
Like a second ago, you said cannabis was bad.
Yes, it is for the general public,
but not for sick veterans.
Not for things that actually is shown in studies to help.
Yeah, like anxiety, depression, social anxiety,
Yeah, where are these studies?
appetite problems.
You know what else helps with social anxiety, sir? Alcohol. Is that a positive or a negative on society?
Uh, well, it depends. Like alcohol shouldn't be illegal for everyone. I know how to have a beer now and then when I'm socializing or enjoy a wine after a meal. I don't like commit crimes or destroy my body with substances. So I don't think I should be punished for those who do. Same with our veterans. Like if they can use some cannabis to make them forget
Yeah, but
about
why
the
can't we
helicopter
give?
sounds in their
Why
head.
don't we give? Why don't we give veterans medications that are designed to treat their illnesses?
I mean, I could steal very easily on this panel, steal man the Christian point of view that God created cannabis to heal our wounded
Yeah,
warriors.
God created cocaine too.
Yeah,
God
that's
created
Damn
heroin.
straight to heal our wounded
y-
warriors. Let's go. Medical
yeah. If you,
God created
yeah,
heroin too.
fucking
Do
soldiers
it,
should be
OG.
able to
Do it.
chew coca leaves too if they want and drink coca tea. I wouldn't recommend cocaine, but that's because it's got diesel fuel and a bunch of other fucking bullshit in it. But the shit God made, hell yeah, light it up.
And also the providers in most VA clinics are students
Yeah, I
doing their
mean,
rotations, doing their
it's
clinicals.
because we don't take our veterans or our responsibilities seriously in this country.
I agree. I totally
And
agree.
if we did, we would allow veterans to use off-label medication.
You're not even getting what I said.
Perhaps.
And they're only doing it because it's cheaper. The VA is only doing it because it's cheaper than giving them the medications that actually work, that actually are shown to have a safety profile.
If they're giving veterans more freedom for a bad reason,
It's not
we
freedom,
should.
sir, because they don't have the choice for the proper medication. That's what
I'm
you're not
arguing.
getting.
No. You're not getting that. I'm arguing for the choice. You're saying they shouldn't even be allowed to use off-label drugs if they want to. And if they get prescribed cannabis, fuck them because it's bad.
It's not my argument in the least, sir.
Okay, so
So-
then you agree with
They
me
should-
that patients should be able to use off-label
No,
drugs.
I don't think patients should pick their own medications.
Here we go. We're right back to what I fucking said 8.5 seconds ago. I don't know why you're denying your argument. You don't like the way it
'Cause you're
sounds
taking the
when someone
argument
else
out of
says
the
it?
scope of the you're taking it out of the scope of the argument.
I'm repeating what you're saying to me. You don't think patients should be allowed to choose. You don't even think vets should be able to use cannabis.
I didn't say that.
You think you're the arbiter of what medicine is good,
No,
in
I
fact,
didn't.
because you
No,
said
because
cannabis
I
is
simply
bad.
didn't. Jensen, I didn't say that. I literally agreed with Toodlebug and what they're doing in Florida, didn't I?
Yes, I'll agree that you
let me
talked out of
step
both
in.
sides of your mouth there.
Let me step in and moderate a little bit. So I think
Please.
that the argument that Mayo is giving is that they just should not be allowed to choose off-label medications just willy-nilly and like self-medicate, right? And I think Dennison's argument is that veterans probably should be able to one self-medicate with off-label medications such as marijuana, but they should also have the right to the education about their medical options, and their doctors have the right to step in and say, I don't think that's good for you, and I don't want to prescribe that treatment. Is that a fair assumption of both of your arguments?
No, not at all.
It's a perfect representation of mine. Well,
So, Mayo, what did I get wrong about your argument? What is your exact argument that you would like to make here?
Okay. Using off-label medications to treat problems that they're not designed to treat.
That's what off-label means.
Yes,
Yeah.
especially for PTSD.
But you know it means that works, right?
No, it means it doesn't. It was never
No,
intended to.
that's not what off.
Do you know
No, stop for a second.
Yes, dude,
Off-label
it's
means.
literally
Stop for a second.
off-label
This is not you
means it was
stopping for a
never
second.
approved for the treatment of that problem. That's what
Yeah,
off-label use
but
means.
that it works for that problem. People don't just take it because it tastes good or it gives them a boner. They take it because it works, even though it wasn't intended for that problem. That's what off-label use is.
Not all the time, sir.
No,
Do
sometimes
you know what?
drugs
Do you
that
know what the
stop.
DEA gives?
Sometimes
you-
drugs that are intended to fix a problem don't. So hashtag not all doesn't mean anything.
So for clarification, I'm going to step in and moderate here. Off-label medication use refers to prescribing a drug for a condition, dosage routine of administration, or patient population that has not been approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration
Word.
right now. So
Yes,
it's
that
not
means there's
necessarily
been no
that
studies done.
it does or doesn't work. It's that it's not approved by the FDA.
Right. And people aren't taking it because it doesn't work. They're taking it because it's miraculous. They're going against their federal government and putting themselves at risk because the results are fucking dope, not because they suck. If you're saying that the federal government is deliberately violating its own rules so that they can give cheap placebos to sick veterans just to fuck with them, nobody's advocating for that.
No, and I'm trying to fight against that.
Sure, me too. But I think that if a vet wants to take something off label, he should be allowed to. He or she should be allowed to.
We're not talking. This isn't about a want.
Can you read the prompt
veteran
again?
can go out on his own, and if he can get a doctor to sign off on it, get anything he wants.
I agree. I think that's the prompt, and I think we agree.
Yeah. The prompt is exactly our current veteran mental health programs, e.g., PTSD treatment, sufficient for the unique challenges of post 9/11 wars.
So I would say no to that. I thought that was the other one, the older one, though. I thought there was another one after that.
No. The conversation deviated slightly from the prompt because you both disagree with the prompt, but the solution that you both offer is different. So it's kind of a modified prompt.
Yeah, I'm for maximizing freedom, but I have a respect for doctors. Like doctors should be like journalists, right? So their opinion should carry weight. And that could be a challenge for patients sometimes because not every doctor is going to be willing to do what they want them to do. And I don't think doctors should be rubber stamp slaves. I think in their current iteration, they're way too fucking full of themselves. They memorize shit rather than understand shit. And they should listen to their patients a lot more often and rely more on Google than on their egos. But that being said, there's a reason why they have an authority, and I think they should maintain that authority and that accountability because that's the flip side of that coin. If they fuck up, they go to jail and they're responsible. So,
Point of clarification: the VA does not prescribe marijuana. It is a Schedule 1 drug by the government, so they cannot prescribe it.
yeah.
Tootie, I gotta go grab Tucker. Hold it down for me.
All right.
Tutti frutti, oh Rudy.
Okay, so y'all still going? Y'all want to go to another topic?
I'm game for either or.
Yeah, I think
I'll leave it to Mayo.
You guys got off track a little bit under different definitions, I think, of off product or off label or whatever.
Yeah.
What do you mean by off label, Mayo?
Drugs not used for their purpose just to mask symptoms. That's
Well, that
literally
would-
what off-label means.
Oh,
There's no studies about it. Like, what's the first thing the VA gives somebody for insomnia?
Ambia?
No,
I'm
sir.
guessing.
No, sir.
Xanax.
No, pharmaceutical grade Benadryl.
Okay, I could
Yeah,
see
that's
that.
one of them.
Proven to cause memory loss.
You know that's
Yeah.
off label, right?
Yes, and I don't agree with it.
And you know it works, right?
No, it
Off.
doesn't.
It 100% does.
Wait.
I take
you call it-
Benadryl every day. I have to.
Not for everyone, mind you. Some people it won't work on.
Yes.
Correct.
Those people should say to their doctor, "Hey, doc, we need to try doubling the dose because this isn't working." Oh, okay, we tried doubling it. Okay, let's try something else then. They shouldn't be
Why not
told
give them-
you're not even
why not give
allowed
them
to
the right
try
medication?
Benadryl to begin with.
No, I didn't say that, sir. Why not give them the right
That's
medication?
it is your
No,
argument.
Why not give them the right medication first?
Benadryl might be the right medication, Broheim.
Correct.
Mhm.
That's not off label though.
It is because
Yes, it
You
is,
never
Benadryl is
know
an
what's the right
Benadryl
It's an
was
medication
not
anti-
until
designed
you
to
try
treat
it.
sleep.
Antihistamine.
it's a antihistamine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not prescribed for that problem.
D4
Gotcha.
D4 is a doctor herself. She says Benadryl works, and yes, it is off label.
Okay.
And now
I
it might
understand.
it might be becoming on label now because you know what we're talking about, but definitely off label in the beginning. You know, like eventually it might become on label if that makes sense. Because
Yeah, I understand now.
yeah,
Yeah, because what was that anti-smoking medication? It
that's
was an
another great example.
antipsychotic before.
That's another great example, dude. But you're like I feel like you're making my argument. You're proving what I'm
No,
saying.
sir, I'm
here.
not making your argument.
And you
sir.
even know the
I'm
facts
saying they should
behind
have
it, which is
access-
ironic.
They should have access to the intended medications.
But
Well,
not the
They're-
ones that work because they're off label.
You guys
No,
got me
don't start
confused
off with
now.
the off-label medication.
Oh, D4.
Yeah, so-
FDA hasn't approved Benadryl. That's
Hmm.
off label.
Because
For sleep
remember,
disturbances, no.
Interesting.
well, here's the thing, right? So, let's say, I think the disconnect between Dennison and yourself, Mayo Monkey, is Dennison is saying that if the drugs work, they should be able to choose them off the rip if it's shown that it's able to work. Right, like people like the like with for treating PTSD and other mental problems, magic mushrooms, the mycelium, I think is the word, has shown to treat the brain very friendly,
Yeah.
and
Real good
that would
for,
obviously be a off-label medication versus things that have been approved by the FDA that are not working or have horrible side effects.
Yeah, like SSRIs, which I would refuse to take if I were a veteran. I'd rather deal with my depression and PTSD.
Well, they
Or I
don't.
could
That's the
smoke a little
problem.
bit of indica and be able
No,
to
you're-
live like a normal
You're
person.
just masking the problem. Then you're not taking care
Well,
of it.
Dude, that's what the SRI does.
SRIs or SSRIs, however, whatever they are, they mask the problem. They do not
Yeah.
fix it.
They fuck with your ability to assimilate serotonin. How do you think THC works? There's
As
only two
somebody-
things you really enjoy. It's serotonin and dopamine.
Yeah,
Everything
as
else is either just like a natural, physical, or chemical stimulant to that.
Yeah, as someone who has been subscribed SSRIs, it does not fix the problem. It literally makes the problem slow down to super slow mo, and you can feel it masking the problem when you take SSRIs.
That's a good point. I also would argue that taking SSRIs is not only also masking, it's more masking because it puts you in a negative state rather than what THC does, which is actually gives you a boost of serotonin.
So again, I know I'm being a bad mod with the SSRIs, but I'm just
No, you got
not
opinions.
at the
Yeah,
time. I was not.
I don't agree they should be used long term at all, and I think they should be used as a last resort.
So what's the first resort in your opinion then, just out of curiosity, debate aside?
Give them somebody to talk to.
Okay,
So
yeah.
therapy. That's a good. That's a
Any
good.
do you endorse any kind of chemical assistance for that?
No, not really.
Interesting. Well,
Not in
brother's gonna
mass.
need a whole
Not
lot
as-
of fucking
and it's-
24/7
it's-
therapy. Let me tell you.
Especially not by large groups.
Do you think there's pharmaceuticals in the water?
Oh, there's trace levels.
Do you think we're all under the influence of them?
No, not really.
Interesting.
In a measurable effect, probably not.
Yeah, like literally to where it's actually lowering testosterone levels for male species across the entire ecosystem.
I think that's mostly in the food. I think that's mostly in the food.
What do you think is in the food that's doing that?
Hormones, estrogen, soy.
So do you think those things affect your depression, focus, anxiety?
They could.
Would it make sense to like deliberately and methodically combat that by giving yourself a little bit of juice of the opposite stuffs? Like
To
testosterone
self-medicate on something that's not shown to be a problem with somebody? No.
Well, I mean, we're talking about people who have problems, right?
Yeah,
They're
but just
reaching
because
out.
I'm depressed doesn't mean I should be able to go buy testosterone. Because most depression is situational.
I mean,
I don't
by
think they should get
definition, depression
SSRIs.
is not situational. That's sadness. Depression is when it's not situational, when you can't get out of it. Then you're not just going to feel better next Tuesday.
The reasons for it are usually situational, in my opinion.
Oh, fanabla. All right. I don't think you're informed enough to have a rational debate on this topic.
And I don't think you know anything about the VA. And how they
We're not
treat
talking about the VA at this
Yes,
point.
we are. That's literally the purpose of the conversation, dude.
You just got done describing to me your opinion of what causes.
Does the current mental health programs sufficient for the unique challenges of post 9/11 war?
Wish I didn't have to do this
literally
to you
the
on
fucking
this panel,
debate, sir.
especially. You just got done telling me what you think causes depression.
Yes.
So like we're already in another world. You already live in another reality. So my prescriptions for the VA are going to be.
What do you think causes depression?
My prescriptions for the VA are branches on the tree. You and I aren't even in the same tree. We're not even in the same woods.
What do you think the causes of depression are, sir? Do you think it's?
And I didn't hear anything you said while I was talking. I just want to let you know that.
Okay. What do you think causes depression? Do you think it's chemicals in the water?
I don't claim to know what causes depression. I think it's right now we're learning. So our knowledge base of what causes depression is expanding as you and I are having this debate. So excluding things outright already tells me that you're not educated or up to date on the latest
No, sir. I
text.
literally said in my opinion.
Here we go.
I literally said in my opinion.
Gentlemen, let's not
excluding things already tells me that you're not up to date on the latest
I'm not
literature.
excluding anything.
It's
I
not
said
like
in my
something that
opinion.
you're knowledgeable on. And like, especially when you start excluding things like pharmaceuticals and hormones in the food supply. These
I
things
didn't
definitely
exclude
can
them,
affect
sir.
your
I
mood.
actually
They're
added
proven
them.
to.
I
Just the
actually
different
added them.
kinds of
I was the one that
bacteria
added
that are
them,
in
sir.
your food
Dude,
and
I
in
was
your
the one
gut
who added them to
are
the
scientifically
conversation.
shown to have a dramatic impact on
All
your
right.
mood.
Dude, can
All
we
right,
So
fucking
all
move
right.
that's
on?
where I'm
Because I
coming from.
literally added them into the conversation.
I
And
All
didn't
right,
said
hear
that
who
gentlemen,
was
said
gentlemen,
what I was
more of an
gentlemen.
talking
Let's
about.
effect.
get some order. Let's get some order.
Yeah,
All right.
I literally added them to the conversation and said they probably have more of an effect than what's in the water.
I was like, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to explain yourself, Mayo, and then Dennison, you get the
I
same
don't need
3
to, sir.
minutes.
I already did. He just didn't hear it.
Yeah, because you're always explaining yourself right in the middle of my responses. It's kind of
No.
annoying. I only turned you down while I was talking.
Then you didn't hear me say in the food and give examples of exactly what's in the food.
Yeah, but you said
I've
that
gone away
didn't
from
cause
that myself.
depression.
Did you hear that?
You said that it didn't cause depression and that the
No, I
causes
didn't,
for
sir.
yeah, you did. You specifically said that the
No, sir.
causes for depression were situational.
No, oh my God.
No, he did, Dennison. He did talk about the things in the food
It's
and
specifically to
issues. And
testosterone.
he says he thinks that a lot of depression is situational.
Okay. I don't think so, but let's go with that. So what about the other depression? Does it like fall under an 80-20 rule where it's too insignificant for it to matter, or do we still address the other forms of depression?
The problem is, right? They don't do any chemical studies of the body.
Of course they do.
Of the patient before giving SSRIs.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Yes, we agree.
SSRIs are on label, by the way.
Yes, but they shouldn't be given unless it's proven.
I agree.
That you have lower levels.
They don't care about patients or the outcome, and they'd rather save the money on the testing because that's how our system is designed. I agree. But I still think patients should be able to choose what drugs they use, especially if they have agreement from their doctor. And the federal government shouldn't be able to step in and deny them that choice.
The doctor in the audience says that both panelists are not wrong in what they are saying. They just seem to be talking past one another, I guess. So that's
not if you think the causes of depression are mostly situational. Then we do not agree. That's 1980s stuff, right? Like,
no,
you just need to get some air.
She just quite simply said that both panelists aren't wrong, not that y'all agree. So, and I made this.
No, I think he's wrong if he's saying that.
I think people that are 40 and they don't drive a Jag and they're sad about that get given SSRIs and labeled as depressed.
I mean, they might be given SSRIs, but they're not depressed. Not unless they have met certain criteria, which does not account for not having a Jag. That will be nowhere on the questionnaire, and no doctor will ask you if you have one when they're trying to determine if you're depressed.
So they don't look into the background of the person before they give them meds. That's what you're saying.
No, I've never had a doctor look into fuck all. Have you?
No, and I think that's the problem.
I think it is a problem. I don't think it has anything to do with the true definition of depression. I also think that we live in an environment now where we're constantly being chemically drugged and our moods are being affected by shit that we eat and put in our bodies, whether we have a choice or not. It's clearly to be the case. 10 minutes of research will prove that.
D4, would you like to come on panel and share your expertise? on the subject. I think that would shed some light for both the gentlemen. And Kev, get your booty up here, good sir.
I mean,
But I don't know. I think we're talking past one another here, gentlemen. So if you guys don't mind, I think if morning drill sergeant moving drills, that's crazy.
Nice.
Don't do that.
I heard things that I black and white disagree with.
Okay, would you like to state them outright and specifically so Mayo can answer to them?
I did. I think if I can repeat myself, so for the record, but if it's to encourage further debate on this discussion, then I refrain and yield.
Fair enough. That means we can move on.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That.
So
Can I just say what I agree with then? In the spirit
yes.
then of
actually, you and Mayo, will go with you. What are your final thoughts?
Can I give a quick thing real quick?
Yeah, Chuck, you can, and then we'll let Dennison and Mayo give their final thoughts on that conversation.
Okay. When I took Don for his checkup, whatever you want to call it, the doctor actually, I had to pay for it, but they actually ran blood tests and whatnot to determine which medications that his body would work with and which ones to avoid. Now, it cost me like $5 or $6 grand to get it done, but it eliminated a bunch of the SSRI, whatever they're called. It eliminated a bunch of them from the mix. Now, I don't know if that's something they could do.
It's kind of a good point, but that's because you paid the $6. It's because you paid the $6 grand. Like, we have the capability to do the proper blood work and to do the proper background. That should be noted.
For cost.
And if you have the money, they do. But for soldiers and poor people and old people, they don't.
Yeah.
But there is some sort of guidance they could do, but like you said, if it's because of the money, they're assholes.
Someone has a very excited puppy. You don't get excited, Tucker. You calm down. All right. Dennison, would you your final thoughts on the discussion? Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I just want to preface with a sincere appreciation for the profession, for the medical profession, from first responders all the way to doctors. In principle, I hold these positions in high regard. I just think that currently in our current society, we have a bunch of uneducated, non-thinking assholes in these positions, and they suck. And that's not all of them, right? Obviously. I think the current state of our healthcare system is a joke, and a joke on the most vulnerable people in our society. And this certainly extends to the veterans who aren't treated well. And despite my misgivings about American foreign policy, I would like to live in a world where our veterans are revered and treated as such, and we spare no expense. That being said, patients should have the right to choose off-label drugs, especially if their doctor and their federal government agrees with it. I don't think that we should really prohibit too much on the federal level, especially if, let's say, Denison's wrong and doctors are the smartest, most, educated medical badasses. If these people are signing off on it, then I don't see where Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer has a right to tell him otherwise. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
All right, Mayo, would you like to give your final thoughts? We do have two people that just joined. We've got Kev and D4. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Or
What's going on,
Madam and
everybody?
sir.
How y'all doing?
Howdy, y'all.
Yo, what up?
But Mayo Milky, would you like to give your final thoughts, and then I'll hand the floor over to Miss D4 because I'm sure she came because she has some expertise in the matter.
All right. Well, you can talk to any veteran that's gone to the VA, right? All they do is hand you a pile of pills. Standard fare, especially for psychological issues, without trying to get to the core of the problem. That's not good. The providers they have most of the providers they have aren't even qualified. They're literally students who are working on their clinicals. You'll be lucky to find one actual psychologist in the bunch on a standard day that isn't just in charge of the department, who is actually treating patients. That's my problem with the VA on this issue, specifically PTSD.
I would like to endorse all of Mayo Monkey's final thoughts.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you for that, gentlemen. Ms. D4, would you like to speak on your experience, your medical experience with the topic before we move on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
going to cut you up just a little bit. You are a little low, but we can hear you.
Because I'm not used to. I'm about to fall asleep also, so I'll try my best to stay awake. I'm not sure. There were so many things thrown around. I can only offer what my experience and what I've gone through, and what I was taught also. But both Dennison and the other panelists, they were right. They were correct about some of the things that they were saying. But one of the hardest things about the psych field is compliance. You know, there's a joke that goes around that says they ask you, how many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? And the answer is just one, and the light bulb has to want to change. So one of the biggest problems in the psych field is patient compliance and history. And so, and then in the veterans, I remember doing my rotations in the veterans, you know, this is a certain group of people that these are not civilians. They are different. And they're used to dealing with things and handling things on their own, for one. And then there's, you know, culture or the individual and so on. And then as far as the depression is concerned, there's still, you know, I don't know if you're aware of this or if anybody has been on these antidepressants, but it takes like, you have to find the right one. And it's not straightforward right away. Like, so, you know, someone mentioned Paxil. Paxil may not work out for me, for example. It may take 2 or 3 other meds for my system, my body to actually use it and do well with it. So it takes a while. And then there's people that are actually refractory to medical treatment and life and have to go into the hospital and get ECT. Do you guys know what that is?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Get forced treatment.
it's not usually, well, by the time they get electroconvulsive therapy, they are so depressed that they're really not even able to take care of themselves. They usually end up hospitalized, and, you know, they get, sorry.
Anybody's never seen that process, I don't suggest going to watch it. I've seen it.
Well, we provide the anesthesia for the ECT, so we have seen, yeah, it's shock therapy, and now they give you anesthesia so that you're not awake and alert and, you know, experiencing the whole thing. But yeah,
That's good. That's good.
Oh yeah. You'll get propofol and, you know, benzo and so on, so you don't realize what's going on. And that does seem to help with refractory depression. Ketamine therapy is also another thing that's pretty good. But what I'm getting at here is that it's tricky because as far one gentleman was saying something about the chemistry, docs do in fact send labs off to rule out other organic forms that may be causing the symptoms of depression. There's a lot of stuff that can do that. So they do look into that. And I'm going to offer this personally. This is kind of personal. I don't need to say this, but maybe it'll help someone. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and before I was diagnosed, I was very depressed. I thought I had depression. And I went to my doctor asking for an antidepressant. They said, you know what, let's take a look at your labs. And it turns out it was diabetes that was causing my depression. So, you have to go and talk to a doctor and be hopefully, and I'm not saying all docs are great or good. There's a lot of room for improvement. And yes, you guys are right about what you've experienced, but what you're seeing or what you're hearing about depression in people is what the person is reporting to you, right? You don't get to see all the weeks and months and work put into trying to solve this problem. And sometimes, you're not successful, unfortunately. If you really truly do have clinical depression, that's tricky. And then, of course, if you're a man, you're a pretty good reasonable chance you're going to try to kill yourself, right? So and that's another problem with that. But as far as the depression, somebody mentioned exercise, and those are that is actually something I've read a lot about. Long-term treatment of depression, exercise is great for that. It's showing actually better results than your pharmaceuticals. And then another point I think someone was making about your life causing depression. Yeah, and now they're writing about that in the DSM books about, they call it shit life syndrome. And so that's another thing that medical professionals have to tease out. Like, is this person truly depressed, or do they just have a shit life, And no, that's a real thing. So yeah, life can cause that. Some people are unfortunately born into some pretty fucking shitty situations. So from my personal experience in talking to other psychiatrists or people in the medical field, I do believe that the antidepressants are pretty good at getting you out of what feels like a black hole or a well that you've fallen into and you can't get out of. But I don't think that for regular depression, antidepressants are the answer. Here's another thing I've talked to Ike about several times. It's funny, and he can tell you more about this than I can. In Africa, there's no depression. And you go to other countries and it's it's either not being reported or not diagnosed, or people have a different viewpoint of life that somehow they don't feel as depressed as Americans. And I do believe that our quality of life and being a first world has given us the comforts, and one of those comforts are depression. We're no longer chasing after things to eat. We're not running away from things that want to eat us, and so here, I guess the human race does need some form of misery to avoid depression. But if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them before I fall asleep.
I'm good, and I appreciate your expertise on the matter.
How do you feel about off-label drugs?
We do it all the time. I'm taking a couple of meds right now that are off-label. I don't have a problem with it. So as long as you're working with your physician, and they're knowledgeable and there's an agreement, and it's one of the things you guys have to keep in mind also is that we take this oath that says first do no harm. So you got to watch out for that too. But I don't have a problem with off-label if it's shown. Nowadays we have the internet, you have access to medical journals, and you can educate yourself about off-label drugs. And you'd be surprised how many drugs are actually off-label.
Are you mainly an anesthesiologist?
Yes.
So you don't have actual patients, I know you do, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You mean like a general practitioner, like a family doctor? No, we don't have that. We go to clinic and we see patients and so on, but no, we're not like a general practitioner now.
What made you enter the medical field?
I have this well, at the time I wanted to work and keep my mind busy and earn a living, but I'm kind of like a sucker. I kind of want to help people at the end of the day too. And
So
I need meaning in my life. I need like that's my personality. I need to live for something.
do you acknowledge that you are an exceptional person?
No, I don't think that I
Okay.
am.
I didn't think you would. You are, and so like when most people interact with the medical system, they don't get very thoughtful, highly educated, intelligent people who care about helping others.
I think you're right. I agree with you. I
Yeah,
agree.
especially through
But
the
thank
VA.
God people like you exist. I hope you win the war someday.
I do find it fascinating because I've always, for a long time, have thought about the what do you call it, the shit life syndrome.
hmm
I
That's
always
not
thought
actual
that
depression, though.
may
You know?
No, it is.
uh
It's just
It can't. You know, have you
long-term
guys
sadness.
listen? I'm sure everybody on the panel, you guys have had maybe a period in your life where you go through some really serious like stress or trauma, and you make it through and you work through it. But then there's a period afterward. I don't know if you've felt this because I have. I've gone through this myself, where you've tanked out all your neurochemicals, you know, and sometimes it's hard to recover from that. And you know, sometimes your
yes,
antidepressants can
ma'am.
get you out of that. Yeah, so yeah, that shit life syndrome can in fact hit you pretty hard sometimes. So, but you got to work
Well,
with people to figure that out.
if your shit life hits you so hard that you, as you put it, like splashed out on all your neurochemicals, then I think that is depression. But that's my point. My point is
Yeah.
real depression is in the brain and we can measure it.
Locksmith Jeremy, thank you for the dono. Locksmith
Not
Jeremy said,
perfectly.
D4, would you recommend getting your hormone levels checked when depression is a factor in one's life? How often is that a reason for depression?
Yeah, it's one of the things that if I were a general practitioner, I would look for first. I'd send labs out. Absolutely. Hormones are huge. Yes.
Yeah. And we live in also a system where even if you can get that done, so like say you don't have good insurance, first you have to convince someone to order that blood work with resistance. And then even if you get that blood work done and the results come back that you need hormone therapy, that does not get you hormone therapy.
That's true.
It's still going to get you like someone trying to get you to take some SSRIs more often than not.
So, you know, I'm not sure where you guys are at, and I agree it's hard to find a doctor, a good doctor, and I had to shop around and look around. I was actually interviewed by my doctor to be taken as a patient. Um, a lot of the times, that's also fighting bureaucracy and insurance, um, which is sad. But I don't know if you've spoken to some Canadians; they have it worse than we do. Like, people are like on a year wait list to be seen for a friggin' mole. So I'm not sure what the, but you're right about the labs and all that other stuff. I'm not going to discount that.
And if you have money, it's an entirely different world because again, like I would pick you, right? If I had unlimited resources,
So
I would look for someone just like you.
so that's true. And yes, of course, having money is always helpful. But I'm here to tell you that I've said this before. I've been on the phone in tears dealing with some suppliers for for my medical supplies, even though I have the money to pay for it out of pocket. So it's
It doesn't solve everything.
no, it doesn't. I gotta watch what I say, but I have a particular seething hatred for insurance companies.
Mm,
Yep.
word.
Yeah.
High
So,
five.
but you know, it, like I said, you guys were all saying none of what were saying was false. It's just that it's not the complete picture. And look at the panel verse and each individual person. You know, they're imagine being a person in a white coat and you have people, just you two people coming, and it depends on what they give you, what they're willing to work with, and how much they're willing to tell you. Most people are lying, most people diminish it. Just a lot of it is dealing with the human factor.
Yeah.
Well, this is like a gold mine if you guys could figure out a way to cultivate some patience out the panelverse. This motherfucker's a lick. Just to be honest, we're all a little crazy.
Somebody's grandkids are going to college.
But I'd be,
Generational wealth
if
for
you guys
sure.
want to do like, I'm much better like in the daytime, in the morning. Like I'm kind of, again, I'm fighting sleep right now. I'm falling asleep right now. But I'd be happy to come back and we can talk about this during the daytime if you want, OG.
Absolutely. We have a cannabis stream coming up Friday. We could
You know,
definitely do
I
a
don't.
medical
That's
stream.
another man. That's another thing. Like I keep saying this in the chat. I don't get this hatred for cannabis. Like alcohol is
Really?
so much. It's so much worse. Alcohol is so much worse.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but alcohol is all American. Cannabis has been propagandized as the wacky tobacco, and it's what the undesirables and the
Oh man.
coloreds use.
You know, Dennison, like I remember when I was a resident and we had to do traumas, Friday and Saturday nights were the worst. It was like awful trauma one after the other. And most of them were all alcohol related.
Yeah.
It was so bad. And I just recently read that like 48% of homicides are someone was using alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
It's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know if we have the information yet out with cannabis. Like maybe we'll see this in 10 years. Associated, societal burdens of cannabis use. Like we now have the data with alcohol, for example. But oh my God, I recently took a toke. I've never done it until recently. Last week, I talked about this on a chat, but I tried it and I'm like, I don't see what the big deal here. A glass of wine is so much worse.
Yeah. It's like you shouldn't. Where the blind spot, I think, for marijuana is because it doesn't dull your senses. Then people think it's okay to like go to work or drive their car, and you really shouldn't.
No, I don't think you should. Yeah, I think it does, but I don't have all the information on that. So, but I agree with you. I don't think. No, I mean you don't want, for God's
Yeah,
sake.
it delays your motor skills, and children shouldn't use it because it will affect the way their brain grows.
Yeah, I was reading that actually 2 weeks ago. You're right, and they don't know. Also, there seems to be an association with weed use and a rising
Schizophrenia.
schizophrenia. Yep.
Yeah, definitely. And when you think about how it's activated, right, like in the late 20s, you can see how that correlation really does.
Yeah, these things are all true. What they don't know is like, so the recommendation I read last week was, not to use cannabis as a minor before the age of 25 because we just don't know. We don't know how that's. Yeah.
And then the whole brain development and everything, right?
Yep. And it's funny because the adult studies are showing it actually helps with preventing dementia.
Right.
And then there's other conflicting stuff that it does to the brain too. So it's not clear. But I did read something about it helping with dementia and some other brain related things. So I thought that was interesting.
And there is some difference between sativa and indica. So I look forward to where the feds stop demonizing it and we can maybe learn about that.
What is sativa and indica? I don't know what that is.
They're different strains, but they have markedly different results on human beings, like your mood. Okay. And what's interesting is, in all my experience, this is anecdotal, neurodivergent people are they're reversed. So sativa usually makes more people energetic and focused, when indica makes them calm, relaxed, and able to sleep. And neurodivergent people are the exact opposite. If you give them sativa, they get chill. So
interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Oh yeah, Benadryl has that same effect on some people.
Yes.
True.
Yes.
Some people benefit from Benadryl like speed.
Yeah.
Other people it'll put them right to sleep.
Exactly.
So Benadryl it typically does it's an antihistamine that obviously makes you groggy, and then there's like some rare instances where it causes hyperexcitability.
And then hasn't
I went
it
blind.
just recently been proven to cause memory loss?
Benadryl?
Yeah, from
I'm sure it
it's been
does.
shown that like years of people using it, like myself, it's been shown to cause memory loss.
Is that really
There-
such a bad thing? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a new study that says the same thing about it's saying the same stuff about melatonin, long-term melatonin use.
The first time I used Benadryl, I went blind.
How did that? Hang on. Are you sure it was the Benadryl, or maybe it was something else you were taking or using? Did you-
Can't be sure. Just that I was already having an allergic reaction, and I went to the ER,
Mhm.
and they gave me Benadryl. I think it was intravenously, maybe intramuscularly.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure it was a shot
Mhm.
and not a pill. And by the time I got to the door to like you know how there's like those handrails outside of hospital rooms?
Mhm.
By the time I got to the handrail, I couldn't see anymore.
Did they ever work you up and find out what caused that?
No, they just like put you know, a heart monitor on me, and of course I was like, my pulse was through the roof, and I was
Oh,
freaking
so you
out.
may have happened is that you may have dropped your blood pressure too fast, and you didn't get enough blood supply to perfuse either the brain, the occipital area for your where the eyes are, communicating with the brain. This may have been related to a drop in blood pressure, and similar to fainting.
That makes sense. Is what would cause uh blood pressure drop from Benadryl? Is that like a known side effect?
Well, I think maybe you vasodilated. It's kind, or you went something. How old were you when this happened?
17.
I was about to say this sounds like a vagal reaction, and it happens in young kids and teenagers. So you're probably not going to have this problem again. But I can send you a link about the vagus nerve. And have you ever heard of anybody when they say, "Oh, they went vagal syncope"? Have you ever heard that?
I'm quite familiar with the vagus nerve actually, but I haven't heard that term.
Yeah. So it's a nerve, wandering nerve that throughout the body. But simply put, you may have was your heart rate pretty fast?
Oh yeah, my pulse was just like borderline dead guy.
So, I mean, from what you're telling me, what I would say is that you probably dropped your pressure too fast, too suddenly. Your heart picked up to try to pump blood to get blood going, and you had a momentary syncopal episode, which would cause you to faint and feel like you lost your eyesight.
That's exactly what it felt like. And everything turned red and then went black.
It puts the body, it puts the blood supply to where it's needed to survive.
So
that's your body's response to that.
My mother thought I was joking.
No, so the good news is that you're not allergic to Benadryl. Doesn't look like you are allergic to Benadryl. That's very, very rare. But you just dropped. It sounds to me like you dropped your pressure too fast and you almost fainted, and that's why you lost your eyesight. So,
and that's not caused by the Benadryl in any way?
Well, you were 17, so it could have been, like I said, a vagal episode, which is fairly common. Like, have you ever seen like a teenage kid like drop and faint because they're in a hot room,
or they just stand up too fast?
Yes, yeah, that could be too. Yep. So you've never taken Benadryl since then, Denizen?
No, I just always avoided it, out of caution.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I thought that
history.
Even if there was like a relationship between the two, it probably wasn't allergic, like,
yep.
Because my experience wasn't like an allergic reaction. It was more like what you're describing.
Yeah, if you've had an allergic reaction, you have a pretty good idea what that feels like.
Right. Yeah. So it was always just out of an abundance of caution, and that there might be some correlation, even if it wasn't allergic, that I didn't understand.
Well,
Why risk it? You know.
if you ever have to take Benadryl again, just make sure you drink a lot of fluid and lay down and see what happens. Don't get up too fast or walk around.
I
But
And
recommend
my eyesight did come back, so you know now.
because your heart picked up, it got tachycardic, and it started pumping out more blood, and you got your brain and your eyes perfused, so it came back.
I'm not even sure that my mom like fully believed me. You know.
I believe you based on what you're telling me. This sounds reasonable. I think you had a vagal episode. I can send you a link on that and with pictures and stuff if you'd like.
Yeah. And at that age too,
Mhm.
since you're still growing, there's also a physiological reason for that. Is your skeletal is growing faster than your blood vessels are.
You know, I see Donna knows also the vagal. Donna in Texas is talking about that too. But anyway, I'm gonna hop off because I got to get to sleep, and I'll come back during the daytime if you like, and we can pick up the conversation when you guys feel like it.
That would be awesome.
We don't want the person you're putting under tomorrow. We don't want you tired for them. So,
I guess have a good night.
you too.
Thank you for coming up, Ms. D4. Thank
Welcome.
you very much,
Bye,
ma'am.
guys.
Always good to have you.
Good
Bye.
night, sister.
All right, Kev. We're back to the main topic. If you have a service story you'd like to give, please do that. Tell us about your experience in the military, if you don't mind, respectfully. I see a handsome young man. I see a handsome young man. That's a profile picture.
All right, we're back in my day, head ass. A service story, like, what do you mean?
Just any story you're willing and wanting to share from your time in the military. It could be
Like,
a
remember
joke.
that
it
time you
something.
did the
All
impression of John Wayne and the drill sergeant got super pissed with you and we were laughing under our breath?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. I got a couple. So you know, I was taking this shit super serious, like basic training AIT. When I get released from AIT or after I graduate, I come home to my home unit, and it's our first formation. It's a Friday night, matter of fact. So I'm like new blood. So all the boys like, we going out tonight. I'm on P's and Q's, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm used to that drill sergeant life or whatever the case may be. We wind up in a fucking poker game with my platoon sergeant, some of my NCOs, and I get co-opted to do something called hogging on night motherfucking one. So I'm barely a drinker at this point in time. My platoon sergeant, he got me taking shots of this shit called wild turkey. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but it's not good. You know what I'm saying? Especially if
that's
you
what
don't
killed the
drink too much.
Pilgrims.
The wild turkeys. Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw that South Park episode for sure. So we go to like the little local pub or whatever the case may be, and I'm not exactly sure what hogging is at this point. So Sergeant Coleman, you know what I'm saying, he get to point out a couple hogs. And what the hogs are, in the 151, this is kind of like your little initiation ceremony. So Sergeant Coleman, like, you gotta go try to take one of them down. And what a hog is, for anybody that doesn't know, respectfully, a hog a hog is like a Rosie O'Donnell type. You know what I'm saying? Just a big old thing with a couple of ham hocks on them legs and shit like that. So the thing about it was, you had to take one of them down. You had to take her back to the barracks or wherever the fuck you was staying, and get all off in that thing. You know what I mean? And that got you your first little set of stripes amongst the boys. And so,
God bless America.
You know what I'm saying?
Have mercy.
Kermit the Frog, you know what I'm saying?
Can you pick one with pretty face?
Piggy that night.
Can you pick one with a pretty face at least?
Hell yeah, for sure. That
Because
wild
Rosie
turkey had me
O'Donnell
on
is like
bullshit.
that's extra punishment. Rosie O'Donnell, you know.
Well,
Yeah, hell yeah.
and it's literally you win by poundage. It doesn't matter what her face looks like.
100%. Yep.
The biggest one wins.
Yep.
I feel like I might want to lose that game. I'm gonna
Yeah.
lose that. I'm gonna throw that towel in on purpose.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sabotage that game.
I love how your voice was all shaky and he was like, it was terrible. It was terrible.
It was god awful.
Oh my god.
Don't lie, Kev. You just got out of basic. You'd have drunk the hog.
He did that for our freedom, yo.
Yeah, I did it for the freedom for sure. Yeah, but I turned into, like I said, Kermit the Frog, and you know what I'm saying? I was knocking Miss Piggy down that night.
You fell in love? You fell in love that night?
I did. Well, probably up for the night, you know? Probably did.
Whole lot of Rosie.
Hell yeah, that was the first time I smacked like a big girl too, and I ain't gonna lie, I was fucking with that shit. That shit was comfortable than a motherfucker. Yeah,
they're built for comfort.
I really never looked back. I like little thick things ever since then. I mean, you know, I like thick ones. You know?
Oh, they poisoned him,
Changed
man.
your life. See that?
Hell yeah.
Kev was a changed man.
I was a changed
He got
man.
groomed by the United States federal government.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'd be surprised about the reindeer games that get played inside of the ranks, man. It's really some fuck shit behind the scenes. Holy shit.
Yeah, they don't want
that's one of the little stories.
They don't want to.
Debauchery.
No, they don't
Yes,
want to know.
lots of debauchery.
That was light work right there. Shit, after a couple more beers, I might tell y'all some heinous shit. We'll see about it though.
So, anyways, you know, me and Roberta have been together 20 years now. We got 3 kids. Each one fatter than the one before, god damn it. I guess they take after their mother.
Hell yeah.
Kev, do you have any thoughts on the conversations we had so far?
Well, I kind of
regarding the VA.
I had just woke up from a little nap or whatever the case may be. So I'm behind in the whole conversation. I'm really starting fresh with y'all, you know? Yeah.
Do you have any things that you think are pressing to say or speak on behalf of the military, on behalf of veterans?
I think, well, one thing for sure, I think is misunderstood about the VA and just veterans alone. I hear this sentiment like very often amongst civilians, and they think that the VA medical, just the process to get help, especially like with homeless veterans, is virtually non-existent. But that's not really the case. Anybody that's a veteran, excuse me, can reach out to the VA. Especially if you're going through it. There's something called the RRTP program. What's it? The Residential Rehabilitation Treatment Program that you can check into for up to 3 months and go through like all kinds of therapies and just rehabilitation shit. They'll house you. It's 3 hots in a cot. You right back around all the boys. It's kind of a sober house, if you will.
Yep.
But also during that time, they will provide you with every resource you need, whether it's a halfway house or sometimes they'll set you up with programs that'll pay for your apartment for like the first 6 months, your bills, get you everything you need for furniture, you know, food vouchers, set you up with the SNAP program or with anything you need just to get you the ample opportunity to get back on your feet. There's just a lot of veterans that, number one, I would say aren't aware that resource is available, you know, especially older veterans. They're not exactly sure about that resource. Or, you know, a lot of us are just stubborn and we don't like to ask for help, you know? So that's definitely one thing that's a misconception about especially with homeless veterans, you know. But you know, I've had plenty of experience with the VA hospital, and I've never had any issues at all. Every once in a while, I would say not lately, like within the last 7 years or so, it's really changed, especially with the like expedited process or being able to get to your appointments and this, that, and the third. But they're really good about making sure that you're in the system, you're getting your annual checkups. Like I be ducking the VA. They call me so much. And I'm like, damn, y'all doing too much. Like, get up out my hair. Like I tap in when I need some help or whatever the case may be, but it's available for us all. You gotta be, you know, you gotta be willing to accept the help or know about the resources.
Fair.
You know,
Well, and each VA hospital is a standalone unit.
right.
If you get bad management at a hospital, it'll corrupt the way that hospital operates for years afterwards.
Yeah.
Just because the way the bureaucracy works.
So what I hear is that VA hospitals tend to be understaffed, overworked, and low on empathy, and they don't listen. They aren't responsive to patients, and that there's a lot of bureaucracy involved in everything you have to do. And I hear those things from veterans. So
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I
not
haven't had the same primary care physician. I haven't gone back and seen the same primary care physician every year. Every year I get a new one. And whatever
Yeah.
plan the last one started, the other one completely discards. The new one completely discards and starts with a new plan.
They try to revamp that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've had that similar experience as well,
Yeah.
to be honest. Yeah. It's a new
uh,
primary damn near every year, if not
Yeah.
every other. Yeah.
I also find that like people who don't really need the resources tend to have like a skewed outlook on what is really available, right? Like there's a difference between what the law says and what happens when you go to try to actually take advantage of things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's sadly most of the time it's personal interactions.
Word.
You know, the first time I
Word.
walked into the VA, I was told I wasn't eligible for care. And I said, why? He goes, well, you're not a combat veteran. I said, I served in Desert Storm. He's like, well, it doesn't say that on your DD 214. And he was correct because they stopped putting that on DD 214s in 78. So they hadn't really dealt with any Desert Storm era veterans. Now it shows in your awards under campaign stars, or if you have campaign medals. That's what
Yeah, I was
tells you
gonna
if you were
say
in a award.
100%. I was gonna say I've never seen combat veteran on my DD 214.
No,
Never.
because they took it
Yeah.
off after Vietnam.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Wait, so if you don't see combat, you don't get VA benefits?
No, everybody's a
It
veteran.
depends. It depends on what you're eligible for.
Mm-hmm.
It's like different levels.
Well, I
Yeah, there's
know that if
different,
I
and that
didn't go
depends
to
on it depends on your VA rating. So when you're a veteran, like you're eligible to tap in with the VA, but there's certain stuff like when you get to the 70% VA rated level, you're
Oh yeah, you're
available for
eligible
like
for like free health
dental and
care.
and all
Yeah.
the shit. But there's a whole lot
what
of
gets
stuff
you
that
there?
you have to have. Oh, in order to get your VA rating,
Yeah,
you
what
gotta
increases your rating?
you have to go through. So you have to have like these conditions that you can tie back to. You have to have a nexus where you can tie it back to show that it related to your service. So it's some type of injury or like disability that's service related. But in order to get there, you got to go through something called a CMP exam, which is what is it? Compensation and what is the other compensation and
So you're
pension?
basically talking about like 70% disabled? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
I'm
But you
familiar
have to
with
go
that.
through. It's a third party, right? Here's where the shit gets a little tricky. You got to go through a third party for your CMP exam. It's not directly through the VA. It's basically
Right.
through an insurance company. So they got this
Right.
guy that interviews you. It's a doctor, but you know, and he presents well, and it looks like he's on your team. He's asking you all these questions, but really, what it is, and is at least through my personal experience and a lot of people I've talked to, they're trying to figure out a way to
To
let you
save the
talk
government
yourself
money.
out. Yeah, exactly. Let you talk yourself
Yeah.
out of a VA claim, you know,
Yeah.
or additional disability.
Oh, yeah. Because they do the exam, and then that exam and everything else gets sent to the rater that's in the VA,
Mm-hmm.
and they're kind of hostile too
Yeah. Yeah.
to the system. Like when I went to the VA for my back, right?
Mm-hmm.
The examiner at the VA denied it 2 days before they even got the CMP exam.
Hostile is such a good word.
Was you
So I had to go through the VFW to find that out, because they're the ones that have access to that information, because they're in the VA system. All I knew is it was denied. To find out why, I had to go to another entity to find
See,
out why and get a resubmit.
I was stuck at like 30% for years and never really tried to go get additional shit, you know, because I'm just like, well, this is, you know, this is good right here. Well, when you get a little bit older, I'm like, bro, I really do deal with some shit still. That's some leftover
Yeah.
fuck shit from the military. So I started watching this guy. His name is so any veteran that hears this now or in the future and you're looking to up your VA ratings, there's a great channel. It's called Combat Craig. And he shows you like the ropes.
Unfortunately, sir, he passed.
Combat Craig did?
Yes, sir. Like
No
6 months ago.
way.
Yeah, sir. He fell down the stairs.
I know you fucking
Damn.
lying, bro. For real?
No, sir. I'm completely serious. But all his videos are
Wow.
still up. All his videos are still
Right.
up, and I recommend, because he's still telling the truth.
Yeah. Well, he's got
Yeah,
a
dude, he
fantastic
passed,
rest
dude.
in peace to the homie, to the brother, man.
Yeah.
At least he has all that archive still available. But that was exactly what I needed. I tapped in with Combat Craig. I listened to all of his shit, a lot of his content. And then I started attacking, like I started building my nexus with my own personal doctors and this, that, and the third. That way I had like a significant amount of like medical history to bring into the CMP exams, you know? And that's how I was able to boost I wound up with 100% PNT, you know, after listening to Combat Craig. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, that's a great resource for anybody that's listening now or in the future. He's got an archive that's crazy for veterans, but that's crazy to hear that. I didn't know that. Rest in peace to Craig. That's
Yeah, dude.
wild. Wow.
Sad but true. He passed.
That is sad. Damn.
Well, I had a buddy that was in Vietnam, and he got out, and they gave him. It wasn't until he was maybe 45 before they gave him his first little bit of disability from being in Vietnam, from Agent Orange. Well,
they denied Agent Orange for
then
30 years.
Yeah, forever. Mm-hmm.
He got up to be about 65, 67, and they went back because it caused a heart problem on him. But they went back, the government did, and they changed the rating system for Agent Orange, and he was eligible for 100%. But by then, his heart was so fucked up, he got the draw for about 6 months before he passed.
Right.
And that was from the 60s. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why the PACT Act was passed, is because of what they did to Vietnam vets.
Right.
with Agent Orange.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
that was
fucked them
fucked.
over.
My
Yeah.
They
ex-wife.
did it again though to Desert Storm vets.
Yeah, but they fixed it with the PACT Act.
Yeah.
And at least, you know, I'm young enough to actually get some relief from it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, for sure.
You know,
No, Chuck, my ex-wife, her dad was a Vietnam era veteran as well, combat veteran. And he went
Yeah.
through the same thing. He got hit with the Agent Orange. He had all kind of heart problems. Eventually he
Yep.
was able to get his compensation, but that was one of the things actually, bro. Watching him go through that bullshit, I seen God bless everybody that served, but I seen some of my battle buddies pimp the system, bro. You know? I seen
Yes,
that
sir.
firsthand. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
hell nah. You know what I mean? I'm not finna ask for no additional shit unless I need it. Cause I see the older veterans. I had a prime example in my father-in-law that was going through it. He had to get surgeries, get stents put in, all
Yep.
kind of shit while battling the VA, you know? And it was like it seemed like the resources were limited. And I just attributed that, through my anecdotal experience with, well, we got a lot of leeches on the system, and I know a couple of them. You know what I mean?
Yes,
No,
sir.
that's just browbeating from administration and
No,
bureaucrats.
No, there was a
I
lot of people trying to game the system to get that free check.
100%.
Yeah, but it's not like they're out of money.
They're on a budget like everybody else.
The
You can only
the
spend
VA
up
budget is
your
appropriated.
correct, but it's a budget. If they spend it all in the first 3 months, then they're out of money until the next appropriation.
My point
So-
is the appropriation is bullshit.
Oh yeah, I don't think we disagree on that.
Oh, you're saying it's not enough. It should be more. The
It
appropriation.
should be more. I mean, we
Okay,
could
gotcha.
just, to give you a nuanced answer, it could be less and we could provide more if we weren't in such a wasteful, inflated system.
Yeah.
But if I don't want to get into 3 other different economic arguments and I just want to make the point about the VA, we can afford and it should be funded greater than it is.
Oh, you won't get an argument out of me.
Yeah, and I mean, really, the PACT Act opened it up for past veterans and even GWAT guys.
Did it? Because when I got out and when I
they
got
didn't
out,
even let you go talk to the VA when you got
yeah,
out.
I couldn't use the VA when I got out because I didn't have any injury from being in the VA, and if I wanted to use their service, they was going to bill me. When I got out, I never understood it. Made no sense to me. I'm like, dude, I gave you 14 years and I can't use the damn thing. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. It's sick. I remember my first CMP exam, they fucking denied me for the burn pits in Iraq. I'm like, how you finna tell me, like,
Oh, they
bro,
denied everybody for that shit.
Yeah.
right. It was my VA rep too. He told me, Josh Benega. He was like, bro, he like, come in, I need to meet with you, Kev. I'm like, all right, for sure. He's like, there's a 10% boost that's available with the PACT Act, so you need to get in on that with the burn pits. We were actually my VA rep, he's actually a guy I was in Iraq with, So
Oh,
he's
wow.
like, get your ass in here. Yeah, we was around all that shit, bro. And for sure, I mean, maybe not for sure.
That definitely
but I would
helps,
not,
right?
They did the
Yeah,
same
I
thing to the
mean,
Vietnam guys that were doing burn pits.
yeah,
They screwed them over for a long time.
right.
And that's the problem with that third party, right? That does the CMP exams, right?
Yeah.
They're incentivized, and even the raters themselves are incentivized to give low ratings initially.
Yeah.
It's just like
100%.
those states when you apply for Social Security that no matter what, the first time you're going to get turned down.
That's
Yeah.
not true. That's
Yeah.
not true.
Yes, it is, sir. And Kansas is one of those states.
Well,
Unless it's like stage 4 cancer, Kansas will turn you down for the first time.
The
That is
state
crazy.
has nothing to do with Social Security, sir.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
That's a
It's
federal.
administered.
Social Security
federal.
disability, sir.
I'm on it. I know all about it. I got it within 6 months.
Yes, sir. And what state?
State that it's federal. It's a federal program, not a state
And
program.
it's administered by
But
the
it's
state. Sir.
administered by the state.
No,
Yes.
it is not. Those
it
are
is,
I'm
sir.
pretty sure
federal.
Chuck is right about that.
Those are
Yeah.
federal offices you go to
Mm,
for Social Security. That is not a
yeah.
state office. That's a federal office.
You know, you literally apply at a state office and deal with state representatives. when
Negative.
When
You're
you go through
lying.
the process.
You're lying.
I don't know about that.
Nah.
Yeah, I think Chuck is correct on that one.
He's wrong.
No, he's not.
I've been through the system. It's a federal system. You go down to the Social Security office, which is a federal office. You do not go to the state for Medicaid. You go to the Social Security Administration.
This Medicaid's also state
different
administered.
setup. That's what I just said. I said Medicaid is state. Social
But it's a
Security
federal program.
Oh my God, you're dense.
No, I'm just correct, and you don't like it.
No, you're wrong. I'll
I'm
fight
not.
you all the way. You're wrong, buddy.
Yeah.
You can fight as much
SSDI
as you
is
want. You're
definitely
still
federal.
wrong.
I don't know.
It is
I don't
federal.
know about that. That's
It's a
federal.
state
Yeah.
administered program, though.
No,
And
it's
you apply
not.
through the state.
I had nothing to do with the
Yes,
state
it
I
is.
was living in. All mine was
So
handled
what-
federally.
What
You did.
what
You
are
just didn't know.
what is it? Social Security, SSI,
Yeah, Social Security.
Yeah.
It-
SSDI.
And Medicaid are both state administered, federally
Medicaid
funded
is
programs. Why are you screaming over me?
Because you're
Say
telling
no
a
after I'm
lie.
done. Okay, so wait till I finish the lie.
Okay, go ahead, tell your lie.
The state administered, federally funded program.
Yeah, I believe you're wrong on that, Dennis, respectfully.
It doesn't matter what you believe. I'm factually correct.
You're
No,
It's a
factually
matter of
wrong.
fact. It's not a matter
You're
of
factually wrong.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well,
I'm
that is
factually
well,
correct.
run a lap on it real quick, bro. You know what I mean? And fact check yourself, because I'm fact checking in the background because I wasn't sure. And what I'm seeing is that
Medicaid is a
wait. I just looked it up. Supplementary Security Income (SSI) is a federal program administered by the Social Security Administration, not by the state. While states have the option to provide additional financial supplement to SSI recipients through state supplementation programs, such as the optional state supplements or state supplement program, the federal SSI program itself is managed by the SSA. The federal SSI benefit is funded from the U.S. Treasury general funds, not the Social Security Trust Fund. Some states choose to administer their own state supplements separately from the federal SSI program, while approximately 7 states, including California, state supplements are administered by the SSA and combined with the federal SSI program into a single disbursement. In other states, the administration is dual, meaning the SSA and the state each administer different categories of the supplement. Therefore, the SSI is not a state administered program, but rather a federally administered program with optional state level supplements.
The program is federally administered. You apply through your state. Just like Medicaid.
Here, Caleb.
And yes,
like-
some states provide additional Medicaid too, but that's not what I'm talking about.
You apply through all government benefits at your local state offices.
Correct.
Well, it's not even state; it's local county offices in some cases.
No, it's
not for federal.
No, it's going to be state for federal programs.
All programs run through like it's whatever. Doesn't really care.
I've been through it. I know how it works. State has nothing.
Well, I mean,
Medicaid.
You literally send your application to the state first. This is literally the first step that you do. And then based upon that, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Well, you're wrong.
Well,
how do you know? You didn't even know what I was going to say yet.
Technically speaking, he's wrong. Actually
No.
speaking, he's correct.
What the fuck does that mean?
Because it's the administration is done through the federal government. But when you
Of
apply
the
for any
program, yeah.
when you apply for any state benefits, you have to go to the regional state offices or the
Correct.
federal offices in the state.
And a state employee will
Not
review your
necessarily.
application
That
Not
is for
necessarily.
state.
before.
That is for
Bef-
state, not federal.
No, it's
Yeah,
not. It's
it's a
for the
little different.
federal.
That's one thing
Oh,
with
you-
SSDI. You
Oh
can
wait,
also
hold
apply.
on. Josh has arrived.
What's up? Sorry, I'm
What's up,
probably
Josh?
super late.
Howdy, howdy.
You are way late. We are almost 4 hours in.
It has been a
Kev, check back.
it's been
chat,
a day.
by the
I've
way,
been
brother.
dealing with snow.
Okay, bro.
Oh,
But
Lord.
Medicaid is a government grant or government appropriation from the federal government. They give it to the state and leave it up to the state how to administer that money for Medicaid. SSDI and SSI, when you apply straight to the SSA, which is out of Washington, D.C., which is a federal office. States do not handle federal disability. They may augment, like he read, but they do not. They have nothing to do whether you get disability or not. It's strictly on the federal
So-
level.
What Dennison is saying is the administrative part is housed within the state. And
No.
it's state
Yes,
employees
and
that run the-
initiated
No.
by
run
the
the-
state.
No,
And it will be state employees that will send your
every-
application.
no. Every state has a
Gonna have to
Social
mail monkey
Security
you so I can make my point,
Administration.
just so that people who are actually listening
Oh.
won't know that I'm wrong.
Yeah, no,
And it
Dude,
will
you're
be
lying.
state
right about that,
employees
Chuck.
that literally, physically send your application to the feds for approval
So it's a
after it's
relay.
reviewed by a state doctor.
It's like a
100%
tandem
to the contrary of what
Every-
you're saying.
Every
And this is for
state has
states
a
that do not
SSA
provide
federal
additional
office.
disability. Yes, they can also have state additions to programs similar to Medicaid. Medicaid is an excellent example of how the process works because
No,
it's handled the same way.
you're wrong.
I'm not, but sure, great argument.
Oh my God. You're talking out of your ass. Medicaid and Social Security is not the same puppy. Two separate programs administered
And no one said they
entirely
were the
two
same
separate
program.
ways.
Not your
But you're saying-
application process is not.
Yes, it is. It's two separate
All right,
issues.
gentlemen. So let's move on from this.
Yeah, this is a circle jerk at this point.
All you got to do is go to the SSA website and it will tell you exactly how it works. Plain and simple. Why?
And if you
Because
apply,
I just did it again with my wife. I had to
And if-
apply for hers. It went
if you
straight
apply-
through Washington,
you'll be contacted by a regional employee,
which is
literally from the state
SSA.
rehabilitation and labor department of your own state,
No.
which varies from state to state, proving its
All right.
state.
We're still
Anyway, moving on. Josh, welcome. Are you considered a veteran for working in the State Department?
No,
No.
they are.
no.
Okay.
All
I
the
don't
forms
know
don't-
exactly what y'all do there. Josh, you said you wanted to debate. Did you bring your own topic, or would you like to pick from one of the
Oh,
ones
crap.
on the board?
Let me go down. Let me take a look here.
Yeah, go down a little further.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Funny.
So Josh chooses number 5. Does society owe veterans lifelong financial support, or should benefits be phased out over time?
I'm
All
gonna
right, Josh, what is your What is
Yeah, I'm
your
going to take the negative
position?
position. I told you I was going to be contrarian as fuck today. So who wants to take the
Actually, I don't think you are. I think Mayo Monkey for sure agrees.
Not all veterans need help.
I'll take it. Let me see if I can take it a little bit further. So, the idea of enlistment is actually a job, effectively, right? And so, like any job, it comes with benefits. Usually speaking, this one just so happens to be a government job, just like any federal or state employment, right? So, usually, most enlisted personnel get access to. I'm going to say that there are benefits that exceed most other departments, right? I'm not going to sit here and say that they offer the best of the best. That's probably not true, right? Let's just say, example, the GI Bill was on one of that list. I don't actually think it would be the gold standard. I can think of a shitload of other types of like the Fulbright program. There's all kinds of weird stuff that does a little bit better of a job. It's just a thing that the government offers to enlistments. And so the idea of exceeding or adding any more to it, I think is kind of contrary to it. You could make that same argument then with any other state or federal agency and apply the same benefits to them, right? So it's always exclusively to them. We have somehow in our society decided that soldiers need to be better taken care of simply because it's nothing more than a political tool. I support our soldiers. The reality you spoke yesterday was about the idea of appreciation. But when people talk about appreciation, they mean just give more shit. And that's just not gonna, that can't be the case. It's got to end. So the object of phasing out, I would definitely agree with to a point. Now, this would not apply to anybody that was drafted, believe it or not. I believe that ultimately you end up having to pay for a draft. If you're going to use somebody against their choice, it's kind of a different story. Now, I don't particularly like people that are drafted as opposed to enlisted, but the contract here is an enlistment. Is basically volunteering into becoming enlisted, whereas a draft is actually being used against their will. Personally, thinking that people that try to avoid drafts should just be shot or thrown off a cliff or whatever the hell you want to go out there. Jail is too mild for me. But I adamantly oppose the idea of any type of expansion against additional services. And I ultimately think that the phasing out should be done a lot faster.
Can you pull that graphic up again one more time? Y'all can see what the question was.
Yeah, number 5.
It's number 5. You want me to read it, or you got it, Koo?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, and the benefit does phase out over time.
I think it does.
You will not get you will not get VA benefits. I think if you're over, 87.
Why 87?
Because most people are going to die far before that.
Oh, so it's like an arbitrary number to try to cover everybody?
Yeah, I believe so.
Could be
That's
the case.
weird. You would think it would be until retirement age, where Social Security would kick in.
Social Security retirement's what, 65, 67 now?
They changed it recently? I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I can't keep up with it either, right? Like,
yeah, they change that shit so often nowadays, bro.
They're trying to. They're trying to, but they haven't yet.
Yeah. I think it's 60. My parents, 65 and 67, I think, is somewhere in there. Like, I don't know. There's some kind of weird range, right?
Well,
where like
it depends on when they were born.
Yeah. Well, they're old. Like old.
66 to 67, depending on year of birth.
Yeah.
So for boomers,
And
it's
women
67 for the greatest
across-
generation or the silent generation. I don't know. The one before the boomers. It's the greatest generation. It's 66. Oh shit! With a gradual increase from those born between 55 and 59. So there's like a prorated retirement age of 66 and 2 months and 66 and 10 months. What a
Yeah,
jump.
depending on your birth year. It's fucked up.
I'll take on that one too. Circus brought up like the medical system. Yeah, there's a reason why the medical system sucks. Anything that's basically government run in terms of medical is going to be pretty much inferior to privatized as a general rule, right? But the problem is now with the VA is they also actually have a lot of training programs that goes through the VA. So think of this like a university that does like training for medical staff or like medical students kind of thing. They're all set up for that. VA actually does some of the same thing. So there's like a lot of education training that goes through it. So
yeah, they do. Yeah, they do clinicals with schools.
I kind of hate to throw out the baby in the bathwater since we're apparently supposed to be at such a shortage with, I don't know how true it is, but how we're kind of shorted with medical staff, at least within our society. So I kind of don't want to throw that out quite yet. I'm scared to. We'll put it that way.
Well, I think there's enough people across society now, with the GWOT guys being the youngest, and soon it's going to be the Korean War veterans, that we have enough over society where we can apportion a percentage of them out on a civilian treatment plan, right?
Yeah.
And do a 10-year study to see who has better outcomes.
No, I'd be game for that, to be honest with you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rather than keeping the bureaucracy up. And, I mean, like the VA medical facility here in Wichita.
Is there a way to do away?
It's like 200 years old, and just the maintenance on that building alone.
Yeah, but that you know how the government is. Let me ask this.
But those overhead costs,
sure. I won't
be part of the benefit.
Yeah, I won't disagree with you there. Let me ask you this: do you believe that bureaucracy can be phased out of the government system? I thought those two kind of went hand in hand.
You can't get rid of bureaucracy
by ending the government systems.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Boo.
Welcome, Ryan.
What's up?
Oh, let me point out too, in case it's kind of small if you're on a phone, but at the bottom of the screen there's a banner running across the screen. If anybody, whether they're VA or not, it's the same number. If anybody needs any kind of mental health directions or things like that, if they're having problems adjusting, what have you, the number and the contact website information is on the banner. Thank you.
True. Good reminder.
Thank you for the raid, Laundry. Thank you very much, good friend. We are having a discussion slash debate on veterans issues. I have some topics that I'll throw up for anybody if y'all want to take on anything. Welcome to the show, Ryan.
I will make a point of clarification. I apologize for hollering, but I went and looked it up. The paperwork is all handled by the feds. The feds fully fund the state DDS, which is the doctors that look at your disability. They write their notes down and then they send it back to the feds, and it's up to the feds to determine if you're going to get disability or not.
It's usually a quality assurance type, because like
sounds like
once
a CNP exam.
Like
sounds
the same thing. It's a lot like that, and but the DDS can determine whether or not you're eligible. The feds double check that, and then sometimes there's a QA, so you go through an extra verification process, and then the payments are what would be different from Medicaid, because the funding's all federal, but once you get DDS certified, then you're technically getting SSI, and it comes straight from the Treasury.
Yeah, it doesn't come from the state. Whereas Medicaid comes from the state.
Yeah,
They
it's
allocate
reimbursed.
it. Right.
Correct.
Oh, alrighty. Also, anybody that comes up can bring their own topic as well if they don't like the 20 that we have posted. So,
Also, thank you, Landry, for the raid. I don't know if OG saw that or not.
Yes,
but
he
thank you,
did. Yes, he
Landry.
did.
you know what? I'm playing. I'm trying to. When we get done, I'm gonna go play EU5 because it just released as a Native American tribe. Because there's too many
E-
goddamn chiefs and not enough Indians in this bitch.
EU. What's the
That's
EU
all I'm trying to
5?
tell
Wait,
you.
yeah, what's
Yeah.
EU5?
I've never heard of that.
Europa Universalis. I'm a nerd. I'm playing map games.
Geez, I never heard of that one.
I'm wondering, can you like play adult games?
No, okay.
I'm just playing.
Fuck yeah. You wanna be honest?
That was uncalled for. I'll see myself out for that one.
I like that one. That was good.
Does this look like something a child would play?
Can't even read
Does that
it.
say euthanasia? What the fuck?
Oh.
Holy shit.
Leave from
Look,
Swamp.
Look, we are playing Native Americans. We are going to Europe. All right, not this time. All right?
Is that cultural appropriation or I don't know?
That
I am
could
Native
be.
American, so I can let you guys know if it's okay.
Solid jerk off material though, regardless.
Let's go.
Definitely
Ryan,
adult material.
Ryan,
Fucking
you
A.
aren't a veteran, are you, by chance?
What?
You aren't a veteran by chance, are you?
I'm not. I come from a family of veterans, but
You got any family you want to shout out on Veterans Day?
not specifically. But I mean, I they know who they are. Much love to them all.
Shout out to my uncles who lived.
Damn.
Damn. Yeah, damn.
That's great.
What about the
Dennis,
ones
no.
that didn't live? God
Dennis,
damn.
Dennis is like,
I
we
don't
only
think
like
they can hear
winners
me,
around
Kev.
here. Dennis is
I
like, we
don't.
only
I don't like.
winners around here.
Yeah, I don't like uncles that got captured and shit.
Anybody got any
Okay.
arguments for opposing compulsory service within the United States?
Yeah, people like you are in charge of the United States.
I'm not.
That's my only argument.
I wish I had some authority in that concept.
Well,
I'm thankful you don't.
help me
You
out here,
enforce.
guys.
You enforce the
We-
authority that
We
makes
used
you
to
it.
be compulsory, and then we went to the draft, right?
I don't.
That's how
know.
Elvis.
Like
That's
what
how
time period are you
Elvis
talking about?
We
Well,
were
that's
never
how Elvis Presley ended up in the army because it was.
Yeah, that was draft though. Compulsory service is 24/7 all year round, right? Like once you age up to a certain age, right? And I guess there's different ways of doing it, but like, unless you're in college or something, right? You're going to go in and serve some time.
2 years. Most of them are 2 years, aren't they?
I think so, right? There might be a couple countries that have population problems. It goes a different way, right? But there's usually about, I think 2 years is the average.
So we kind of have it, right? Like it's just not all the time, which would be more honest and make more sense in my opinion. Instead, the United States pretends like you're free unless they need you, and then they're authorized by the Constitution to make you join up.
Yeah, I guess that's
By the
probably
draft.
one way of describing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, the draft was like the political result of what's constitutionally allowed, because the Constitution does say if you're of a certain age and you're a dude and we need you, you got to go fight.
Right. So, could we also include women in this for a change?
I don't know if women are like, so would the 14th Amendment automatically apply Article 1 to women? I mean, that's it's an interesting question, right?
Yeah, it should. But 18-year-olds are so invaluable in our society that we literally throw them at bullets.
Yeah, because they
And
don't
they're
know
not
any
very,
fucking better. You know what I'm
they're
saying?
not very
Think
good
about
at
that. Like an
stopping them.
18-year-old
they're
doesn't
not
know
worth
Imagine
much
you
the
more,
came here.
consequence.
but they're not worth
That,
much more, right? At least an 18-year-old girl can get pregnant and make another fighter.
oh, that's
Sure.
dark. That's
Imagine
Hey,
if you
look,
dark.
came here from El
That's dark.
Salvador and you're in the hotel with the free cell and a $4,000 a month allotment, and then we go to war with Russia, and Uncle Sam's like, "Hey, buddy, hey Juan, hola Juan, it's time to serve your uncle, your tío. It's time to serve your tío overseas."
Tio Sam.
Not their tapatio.
Ah, man.
So I got a question. When we talk
Yeah.
about these military
Okay.
assignments and the necessity, the mandatory aspect of men going to war, is that not a violation of a peaceful man's right to remain peaceful under any religion they expect?
Fuck no.
Well,
You don't think that Congress made a law that a peaceful man living on this land, American, United States, whatever, that says that peaceful man under his religion that says he's not supposed to war has to go to war? You think that's not a violation?
Well, you can serve in ways and other than active conflict, right? We need
Yeah.
mechanics like you would
Mhm.
not fucking believe. We
You
need
need
welders
admin.
like
You
you
need
would
all
not
kind of
believe.
shit. Yeah.
But that's still a mechanism of war, particularly in wars where we're not having war on our soil.
Absolutely.
Sir, paying taxes is a mechanism of war.
So you're getting involved in religious wars.
Fuck yes. If you're Muslim or Buddhist and we decide that we're going to go at war with Muslim or Buddhist, you will join our side. Or
yeah, I was just gonna say, ask Muhammad Ali how that shit worked out for him. You know, ask Muhammad Ali how that worked out for him.
Conscientiousness is just there.
we have way too many choices in our society. I'm not particularly a big fan of choices.
But
That's
if you're
my
over here,
point,
you
though.
also get to reap the benefits of having such a powerful military.
That's
Correct.
true.
But are those benefits strictly from self, or are they benefiting from foreign wars?
Either
Benefiting
way,
a
you're
lot
still
of people.
benefiting.
What I
Yeah.
mean, does it matter? Because
Well,
either way,
let me give you a scenario. If we all know the United States is a corporate entity, and this war with Ukraine ends up being a partnership with the United States, doesn't the United States get a benefit from those natural resources from Ukraine? I mean, these are the benefits that, because we think we have to get involved, that now we have to take a benefit, where if we let the resolution come by itself, we take no benefit other than just staying out of it. Isn't that not a benefit as well?
Oh yeah, we would absolutely. If we get involved with some other country, we are absolutely taking resources, right? It just appears to have been the case throughout the vast majority that we got into, minus World War II, but we got benefits out of the economy. So after World War II, we were the ones that ended up rebuilding Europe. That's kind of like where our economy,
Marshall
the
Plan.
boomers got all the money. That's where it came from.
So Marshall Plan.
Yeah. So like this idea of us not getting, we're not going to sit here and say, oh, we don't get stuff from it, right? If it's the case that your argument is that it doesn't go into my pocket, it goes into our pocket. Yeah, okay, the government's pocket, right? But then turn around and comes back to us in some weird format, right? What is it? Just a detail of you don't agree that you don't get the quarter in your pocket kind of thing?
Well, no. What about the guy that says he absolutely will not fight in war? He absolutely will not.
Throw his ass in jail.
Right. So what's
for life?
The
exactly.
wall.
And so that's what they're doing. Why do you think they got rid of the asylums?
Yeah, I absolutely, completely agree with. You will defend your country, or your country shall throw you in prison.
Well, this is false, though. There is conscientious objector status.
Correct.
It is a process that you can go
It's just
through.
like voter no confidence. It's just like voting no confidence. Same thing. Good point. Thank you. Go ahead.
And if we decide that things
there's
are
a program to deal with this.
He said we.
And if we decide that that's not good anymore, we will take it away. So
when too many people start taking that benefit, guess what? They take it away.
Correct.
But you gotta qualify for that status. It's just not automatic.
And it only clears you for non-combatant roles.
Yep.
In the military, it only clears you for jobs off the front lines.
Private Doss was in World War II was a conscientious objector, but he was still required to serve as a medic.
Yeah, he was a medic.
So he still got to get shot at, just didn't get to shoot back.
And isn't he the one that?
Oh no, sir, no, sir.
Isn't he the one that
chose not to shoot back?
Well, no, wasn't Officer Doss the one that became the hero that went back into the line of fire like 40 some times? One after another.
That was him.
Isn't that the principal played under what's his name? The movie that they made, it was one of those scenes. He kept going back and getting his Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump.
Yeah, he was a hero.
Or Hacksaw Ridge specifically for DOS.
Yep.
Right. But yeah, you gotta say Bubba. You know what I mean?
Fried shrimp, shrimp
I don't think
cocktail.
I live right down the street from where Bubba's from.
I don't think anybody's arguing for like everybody has to line up and pick up a gun and go to frontline combat, right? Because just to be fair, right? I think the vast majority of what we need are actually
comrade. Why not? Every man should get a rifle. Every man should charge into machine gun fire.
Because
I seen some niggas that wasn't. I seen some motherfuckers that wasn't built for that shit, bro. Oh God in heaven.
So those are the ones you send over.
I seen a couple. No, listen. I seen a couple motherfuckers get pulled off mission. You know, like you got to go back to the talk, bro. You just finna be pushing a paper, a pen and paper. Like you're not built for this. You just freeze up at the first sign of anything. So with sir, we don't need every and anybody involved because there's some niggas that's just not built for that. They can't handle it. They all fight, flight, or freeze. They doing all the freezing and all the fleeing.
They make it dangerous from everybody else. More dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
So the point is that
I like it.
We're not making the argument, or at least I'm not.
I have not heard the downside yet.
Yeah, I'm not making the argument for everybody has to be a frontline, fighter, right? But it will be the case that within a draft or in this case, the idea of a compulsory service is you'll serve in some other capacity. Just to point out, right? Like we need a shitload of skilled workers. Like
I think the draft should be based upon if you support the war or not.
Maintain. Oh, like we need welders, mechanics. How you?
Well, today we'd actually plug those holes with contractors today.
Well, I'm kind of hoping, like, I guess I'm speaking in this concept of a compulsory service or a draft or something like that, since he pulled up the idea.
Well, I spent 14 years in and thought I was done. I found out real fast that that's not necessarily true. Because I got one of them there letters from the government that says you may be recalled from the retirement recall list.
It can happen.
I thought you was about to say retirement home. I ain't even gonna lie, bro.
It's called the retirement recall list. Is what it's called. And I was like, wait a minute.
You took an early retirement?
Well, no, I didn't take a retirement, but anybody that leaves the service is considered they left for retirement purposes. Phraseology is crazy that they use.
Yeah, you can be subject to recall.
Well, it's just like everybody's first term of service, right? I joined, you hear people, I joined for 2 years, I joined for 4 years, I joined for 6 years. Every enlistment contract is at a minimum 6 years. The difference is how much time is active and inactive. And a lot of people don't realize
when
they
you're on the
sign
ready
that
reserve.
paper.
For sure. You got to
A
sign
lot
up
of people
for the
don't
ready
realize
reserve
that when they
as well.
sign that paper.
Yeah. For sure. We had a couple hogs, bro, pull up on us in Iraq. Oh God in heaven, we did. We had a couple fat boys, pull up on us that was on IRR, and they got caught up just to make sure that we were at 100% strength. So it happens, it happens.
Oh yeah.
Well, you had enough pork.
And stop loss is even worse.
Yeah.
Going
Stop
past
loss is
your term of
crazy for
enlistment.
sure.
And I don't agree with stop loss because That's basically saying that this person is so valuable to your organization that it cannot operate without them.
Yeah.
I got one of those.
If you literally have made an organization that it would fall apart without one person, you have failed. So there's no reason to do stop loss, in my opinion. If you can't operate with 10% of your people missing, you have failed as an organization
Okay,
in the military.
back to the
If you
original
lose
question.
10%
Should
of pay,
compulsory service be mandatory? Or whatever Josh said.
Yeah.
Should mandatory service be mandatory?
Yeah, I know. I realized that after I said it.
I don't think so.
I mean,
At
I
this
would
point.
argue. I would only the only argument that I can come up with it for is based on the concept of necessity. I think that's kind of probably be a little bit more expensive than we actually want to spend, and I think that just boils down to like we might just disagree on like how much it costs, kind of thing, right?
Well,
So
that's where we're at now, Josh.
Yeah, that's what's written into the Constitution.
At any time, all
if
I
there's an
got to do is say
emergency,
yeah.
I get the idea of I get the idea of the spirit of a draft, right? But compulsory service, usually by definition, is everybody's going to go in to serve. You know, depending on whether you're after you turn 18, depending on whether you're in university or something like that, further education, right? You go in and serve time effectively. That's usually what compulsory service is, not the idea of a draft, as in, you know, when we need you, we'll come get you, kind of thing. And the only argument I've ever heard about it that I think was, or that anti, was probably more like on the lines of spending. How much would it cost us as a country to do that? So the only thing I could think that would combat that would be supplementary, aka like federal roads are now getting basically worked on and constructed and repaired by basically soldiers. Like you're going to go do your boot camp or your training or whatever, and then you're going to go 2 years working in a job, you know, for the government.
Well, but that's what Job Corps is.
Yeah, to some degree.
That program already exists without adding the military into it.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
There should be a focus on national service, though.
Yeah, it's always it's always the opposing side always seems to be about spending, which I can't really disagree with that, right? There are more efficient ways of operating. So I guess it probably wouldn't be an important thing unless we had a population problem.
Well, it's just like, you know, the join the army or go to jail. People wanting to use the military as a punishment for crimes. I'm not for it because the military doesn't need more criminals. It's got enough.
Oh, okay. Since there's not enough push about that one, let me try if I can make it a little bit more sinister. Do we agree or disagree that some type of service is a duty, an obligation to its citizens?
No.
No agree or no disagree?
You should pose that question differently. Like if you had the power to impose that, you know.
Well, no, it's just an idea. This one's just an idea, concept. Is do we believe or do we believe that?
For me, yes. For sure.
Does the state have an obligation and a duty to its citizens?
Only in terms of defense.
Then no, I owe you nothing.
Okay, so the state isn't obligated to defend you, and you're not obligated to the state.
No, the state is obligated. You're not obligated to do anything for that defense by the Constitution.
Yeah, especially the one it's been providing lately.
Yeah, I disagree as just on moral grounds.
It doesn't even defend our own borders.
I don't. You're not going to get me to argue that what we do is very ineffective half the time, or at least very inefficient in many cases.
So I offer the same obligation in return. Half-assed, uninterested, self-centered, self-interested.
What What percentage of population do we believe is that number of people that believe something similar?
What do you mean? Something
It doesn't
similar to
matter.
what?
Yeah. It's not the question of like a why, they take your position, but what
My position?
population. Yeah. The
Like
idea
3 to
that people
5%.
are not obligated to serve their country.
Probably like 3 to 5%.
You think it's that
Maybe
low?
15, and if you like phrase it a certain way to make it as inclusive as possible.
Damn.
I think it's much higher than that.
I would think so too, but
It
I
would
don't
be a
know.
majority. Or else people would be pushing for it. And they're not.
Pushing for what? Obligation to the state?
Mandatory service
Yeah.
to the state.
Oh, wait, hold on. Are we talking about military service or obligation to the state in general?
Any kind of service to the state, be it through the
We
Department of
are all
Forestry.
I thought he was talking military.
we're all in service to the state. Whether you like it or not, and I think most people would argue for the status quo.
Well, most people don't realize that each state in their constitution says that if we need a militia between the ages of 18 and 35 or something like that, that you can be made to join the militia if times are bad enough. Now, whether they'll do anything, that's a different question.
Well, we saw this in World War II, right? With the Civil Defense Corps.
That
Yeah,
was
but
civilian, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to
That,
fill a
that
lot.
was your that was your air raid wardens.
We could make great use of the current enlisted, though. Like rebuilding our infrastructure, guarding the border, helping out with community needs, like the distribution of charitable goods and services.
That's not the military's job to hand out charity.
No.
Why not?
It can be.
I don't know how I feel about the idea of military being used to deal with civilians, not our civilians. Everybody else's civilians, I don't care. Mow them down, right? I'm not particularly a big fan of our military being used to basically to enact force against our own civilians. That one's getting a little weird.
Who said anything about
Yeah.
force?
Well, so like, here would be the concept if they're just border guards, right? So that would also be manning, whatever that's going on there. If it would be the case that a bunch of U.S. citizens were like, let's just say 1,000 U.S. citizens were stuck in Mexico, right? And they did a border run. They don't got their passports or whatever, and like they're hopping fences or some shit. I wouldn't want it to be. Now, I would want it to be cops. I would not want it to be military personnel.
If they're across the border, cops can't do anything.
Well, no, I meant like
It
they're
has-
jumping the fence and coming in, right?
But
Oh, well,
the
you
border
stand there with
patrol-
a machine gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
The
if
Army
there's a
was
wall
actually
there,
in
you're
charge
kinda
of the
fucked
southern
anyways,
border
right?
before.
Right.
The Army was in charge of the border before World War II.
Yeah. I'm not talking about the concept of how it operates now. Denizen was making the suggestion, I guess, that they could be current enlisted personnel could be more utilized to take over some of those. I just generally, as a general
To
rule,
man the border and help with services.
yeah.
Oh, I think it would be an excellent form of training for them.
Yeah.
I think it'd be great training for recon, for snipers.
And I think that culture
Infantry
is
in general.
created from within. So there's no reason why the command can't train military personnel to be, compassionate to the civilian population and to treat them with care and respect and to enforce, use force when necessary, but that we're not at war, So when you're not at war, there's peacetime. And servicemen should have a place during peacetime. Otherwise, you create a warrior class that becomes Well,
that's the
I mean,
problem, though, because
and
there's
otherwise
always
a
a war
burden
going
or a
on somewhere.
dysfunctional sector of the society.
I want the warrior class.
Yeah, but flying a helicopter along the southern border in defense of the nation's border is no different than they're going to do in a training area in California.
Right. And you think we should have kings too, right, Josh? Just to be
No,
clear.
I actually want a theocracy, not a monarchy.
Right. But and then so what, like 5 kings, religious kings, or 1 religious imam, like
It's usually there's
council.
no real clear example, but Iran would be like close to it, I guess.
Right. Yeah, I rest my case.
Yeah, but there's a real staunch difference. The warrior class, I don't want them contending with citizens. I want them contending with foreign citizens. So I don't want our own soldiers ever having to open fire on U.S. citizens, right? I have
to keep
no
them brutal
qualms with foreign citizens.
To keep them brutal and unthinking, correct?
Yes. A warrior class is we want you to fight. That's what the warrior class is.
That's pretty much the Marines, right?
Fight no matter what, regardless of the morality involved, and do so cruelly and with brutality.
Yeah, I don't believe in morality.
I mean,
in conflict.
if you're gonna fight, I mean, fight.
If you're trained to kill,
yeah,
you know.
If you're trained to kill, you might as well also burn down all the villages of women and children too, right? While you're at it.
Hell yeah! How else you gonna colonize the land and take the resources?
Yeah, technically, that's how the Soviets failed in Afghanistan.
Well, technically, that's how
Soviets failed in Afghanistan because the CIA spent all your grandchildren's college money giving the Mujahideen Stinger missiles. That's why
actually, it was our great grandchildren's college money.
that's why the Russians lost in Afghanistan.
See, it's he who has the bigger coin purse. All right, it's he who has the bigger current coin purse and is who's willing to do the most atrocious shit.
And to buy the most stingers.
First off, talking about buying, Dennis, did you buy any hot dogs today by chance?
The kosher variety.
Nope. Can't catch me.
No Hebrew nationals today?
For those of you who don't know, Dennison wants to provide aid to Antifa in the form of hot dogs.
You know what I did though? I did buy some eggnog.
That might have worked at Berkeley.
Did you share it with Antifa members?
Well, I drank it all myself. So the question becomes, am I Antifa?
You're a
we got it, boys. We got to move in. We got him.
Yeah. I mean, the question would be with the hot dogs is how far did you get it down your throat before you swallowed it?
Jeez.
I don't think I'm Antifa though, because I'm kind of pro-fascist.
Demonstrators post.
Oh God, I remember that.
Yeah. I might hop up in a goddamn Antifa crowd for a couple of Hebrew nationals. Like the large ones, though, not the little bitty ones. You know what I mean? I need a real glizzy around this bitch.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Are we still talking about gay oral sex?
Yeah, we are.
Kev got a little aggressive there at the end.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, fuck yeah, we are.
You know how the red bones are. They got them cute teeth. And
he told you about Hog Day. He didn't tell you about the next week.
Yeah, that's right. I said a couple more beers and it might get interesting, you know?
You did.
It's about to get crazy up in here, Kev.
Fucking A, did it? You know what the fuck going on.
We fixing to play stick hockey.
Somebody gonna be walking funny by the end of the night.
You heard me? Yeah.
Oh Lord. Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm tired of smoking on these fucking Suge Knights. You know what I'm saying? I need the real deal, baby.
Male sexual assault. It's funny.
What other topics we got there, OG?
Let's see here.
Holy
It's quite a
shit!
bit. What's the shit about the tax incentives like towards the bottom?
Let's see here. Should the
You
U.S.
got
adopt a veteran tax credit for employers to incentivize hiring, or does it distort the labor market?
There actually are several already
Yeah.
tax incentives for
And it's
for
such a
employers
small
to hire.
percentage of people that it doesn't distort the market.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
Good
You
matter.
big-
get
yeah,
more
they're-
victim points for hiring, somebody
Yeah.
in a wheelchair that's
So,
not a
like,
veteran.
It's something
I've
pretty
competed against.
significant. Go ahead,
I've
Dennison. Go ahead.
I've competed against people in the military for jobs before, and they do not have any unfair advantages. So I think
No.
I'm all for.
But there is
I'm all for it.
there definitely is
Like
a
I know that
tax
they
credit
have
that
those
employers
current
can get, though.
programs. Yeah, what I'm saying is, as an employee, I did not feel that unfairly affected my ability to compete. Whereas, like, I would say visa programs are the exact opposite, right? Like they
Okay,
directly
got you. You
destroy
didn't
the
feel like
labor
it was
market.
like a DEI hire or
And-
something for
and
veterans.
if they're not,
Right.
Yeah.
if they don't have any federal contracts, they're not obligated to follow that rule of veterans.
And
as it
everybody
stands right
wants
now.
to. If you're a manager, you want your fucking team made of military men. Let me tell you, brother. They don't take shit personally. They don't give a fuck about bullshit. They know how to follow orders. They know how to get shit done. And then, like, if shit hits the fan, they don't freak out and, like, just leave it fucked and wait for the boss. They improvise because you have to stay alive.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome. Exactly.
Yeah, figure out a way to get shit done. Don't bitch about
Yeah.
it. You know what I'm saying? It
I
gotta
had
get
a-
done either way, so get the shit done. Like, we'll get through it. We'll have a beer. You know what I'm saying? We'll bust balls about this shit later. But right now, we gotta find a way.
Exactly.
When I got that job at the steel mill, the crew that I worked with nicknamed me Colonel. And it wasn't, it was because just exactly what
It's
Dennison
because you
said.
ate a lot of corn. Oh, never mind.
Nope. If there's a problem, I was the first one there trying to figure out this is what we need to do. Let's do it and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Colonel Zaddy. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
They don't
sorry,
want to
Josh.
listen. I take them out to the woodshed, show them what 12 inches will do.
You're just not a
yeah.
wartime consigliere. I gotta have Chuck. Chuck, congratulations! You're my new wartime consigliere.
I'm all in.
Oh my God, Dennis, are you a fucking fool? Hell yeah.
You don't want to work? We'll fix that.
See, that's
Yeah,
the
we
thing though.
had.
Like civilian employment, bro. I've always excelled at that shit. You know, because I know how to get my shit done. But where I also failed, it's a duality. It's because I get tired. I get tired of like little stupid ass like civilian shit. You know what I mean? I can't
Office
handle it,
politics.
bro. I'll be ready to
Politics
freak the
shit
fuck
and-
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is little bitching and this, that, and the third, or want to pout. You know what I'm saying? I'm all like push up edition. I'm used to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Yes,
need some
sir.
corrective action? Beat your motherfucking face up for a little bit. I bet you figure it out. All right, get your bitch ass over here and build this wall. Like, let's go. You know, quit crying. Like, goddamn.
That hole ain't gonna dig itself. Get to work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I hate that shit. You know what I mean? That's like one of the main problems with like everybody gay transitions that I had. You know what I mean? From, from from military to civilian life, though. All jokes aside, well, just the attitude difference. I'm like, ooh, I'm having a hard time with this. You know?
Well, yeah, the stress comes from having to deal with civilians.
Exactly. Yeah. I'd much rather work with a group of vets. Like, much rather.
Yeah, my first job when I hired in at the steel mill was manual labor. And the boss of the labor pool one day, he said, I'm looking at your record. What are you doing? Your education is way beyond this. I said, it don't matter. I'm hungry. The family's hungry. I'll do what I gotta do. Just point me what hole you want dug, and I'll dig it. Doesn't matter. It pays. And I worked my way up the food chain naturally, but a lot of civilians won't do that. They'll get in that lower job and they'll just stay there without working their way up.
I would if I could do it over again.
Yeah.
I would not stick out. If anything to learn from like military is don't volunteer for anything.
It doesn't always work either, does it, Gil?
Don't be the best.
It works if you're the short guy. If you're the short guy, it works, bro, because you could just duck off behind everybody. You will never be seen. You know what I mean?
Oh,
if you're the short guy,
did you just scratch your nose? I know what that means. Come here.
Yeah.
He just volunteered.
I got for you. Yeah.
God, I hated that shit. Especially when nobody would volunteer and the first fucker that would flinch. Oh, you just volunteered.
Oh, that was the worst thing about being in the barracks. That was the worst thing about being in the barracks. Because that's if they needed labor, that's where they came.
Yep.
And that's why you didn't answer that door on the weekend unless you had a beer in your hand.
Oh, God in heaven. You're right about that. That's a fact.
6 o'clock in the morning. Somebody knocks on your door, you open a beer.
Yep.
I would find the most menial job I could do. I would have stayed living at my mom's house. Just banked all my money. I probably could have retired in my 20s if I could take my knowledge now and go back with it.
Oh, I think a lot of us could for sure. Yeah.
Instead, I always had to be Mr. Overachiever. Like, look at you, employee of the month. Didn't get me fucking shit, but more responsibility. Less pay to responsibility ratio, right? Because
more of a fucking headache.
They pile that shit on until you're ready to walk out. Then they're like, "Oh, here's a couple of dollars for you, Denizen."
Right.
Salary, such a wonderful thing, huh?
Yeah, don't you love salary?
Ooh, yeah.
Salary is crazy.
I like when they one company offered me salary, and I was like, "No, thank you," and they were like, "Oh, it's not an offer. Your salary now." It's like as soon as I got old enough to learn better from that shit, the company was like, "It don't matter your salary whether you like it or not, or you could be unemployed. You know, that's a choice."
Damn, yeah. Hashtag, God bless free will. You know,
it's
crazy.
Freer than a motherfucker.
Yeah, salary
under
is
a bridge.
Communistic. Yeah. And that is how Californication, or no, Under the Bridge, or whatever the fuck that Red Hot Chili Pepper song's called. That's how that formulated, you know? Yeah. I think we all be like chipped up, probably borderline millionaires if we could take the knowledge that we have now and go back, you know? Just navigate.
Shit, I just go back and buy fucking Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you got to do.
Easy call. Yeah.
Bitcoin was a little late in my career. My career started kicking off by the time Bitcoin came out.
I was listening to a conversation about that earlier, because I don't know, you guys heard about the possible $2,000 stimulus check that's coming from Trump behind the tariffs. Y'all heard about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the conversations that was happening around that it was talking about Bitcoin, and during the Rona or whatever, when that $1,200 stimulus package went out, that was when simultaneously, like, that was when the biggest bull run happened with cryptocurrency. Yeah. So there's like a little bit of anticipation, or a little bit of speculation maybe, that if that does happen again, it's probably a good time to get back into crypto, because there's a possibility that
or
could reach
or stocks. Bull run. Yeah, stocks in general, especially tech and AI, AMD 100%. In particular.
Yeah.
AMD is inflated and supercharged and overly valued, but also looking to lead the market in processor technology for the next 10 years with Intel falls farther behind with each release.
What's it called?
AMD.
AMD.
Yeah, they're also working on a processor so fast it might do away with video cards. And let me tell
Oh,
you,
that's
Is
NVIDIA.
that right?
Isn't that in NVIDIA?
NVIDIA has a line of processors coming out as well. Yes,
You said AMB or ABM? My bad.
Alpha
AMD.
Mike David.
Yeah.
Oh, AMD.
Advanced
Okay.
Micro Devices, I should say, what it really stands for.
Okay. Got you. Got you.
And on that, I got to ask, what do you think about the synthetic general intelligence versus the AI? You got any experience with that?
You mean robotic intelligence?
No, synthetic. It's a lot like the
Yeah,
Chat
what's that mean?
GPT. It's different than the AI in that the AI has a general library of information. So when you put in a question, particularly when you're doing legal research, a lot of the times it'll bring back, well, that solves it shit, this and that, because it's making its own ambiguous determinations. Whereas synthetic, just like training AI, the synthetic general intelligence is based purely on your input and your directive. So it can still come up with some of those ambiguous type things, but its limitation is yourself. So if you put your true intent in the question, this is why it's so important to understand language. If you put your true intent into the question itself, it's going to come back with pretty much a learning mechanism for itself to learn your personality rather than you trying to train it. It's going to learn your personality. And it's an algorithm based thing on synthetic.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's an individual based algorithm. It sounds like.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's
It's
interesting.
still over my head, the distinction. I'm not following.
Yeah, because there had to been a programmer initially, so it's definitely following like a guideline.
Well, yeah, AI is just a consensus engine with approved facts.
The distinction is actually the data that it collects is technically fake. It's not real data. It's synthetically generated. That's what it means, synthetic. That's the distinguishing factor is the output that you get. It's not technically data like you and I would think, like it's collected information. It actually generates and makes its own information.
Right. And this is what goes beyond the ambiguity of what it's already collected. It's creating something actually that's new. And again, that's based upon that personal algorithm.
This sounds like what real AI used to be. Yeah, that sounds like what AI used to be before we came out with fake AI marketing terms.
Right.
I would just call that AI.
Well, and that's why I asked, because I don't know anybody else that's playing with it. I'm playing with it now because of my recent AI issues and its expense. And I'm finding its limitations with the AI. I used it for video and music creations, and that's a definite limitation on the synthetic. You can get AI generated videos through Sora and stuff. It's kind of new at this yet, but if you thought the expense through Sora was up there, it's 15 cents per second through the SGI.
And once those are scalable, though, I think what you'll see is synthetic AI will be able to dream, and you could probably generate dreams, visuals.
Correct. So anyway, I just wanted to know if anybody else had an experience. Throw that out there. Check it out, though. It's interesting.
I don't have any experience, but I think it's the only way we have right now to develop actual artificial intelligence is through that. Like right now, to me, robotics is more advanced than LLM, even as rudimentary as it is, because that's what will create actual adaptability, learning. It's by recreating the conditions under which consciousness can exist, like the way a spider maps out a room, by exploring it and reacting to stimuli. That's real learning. the LLMs that they call AI are just predicting context. They're fancy database search interfaces. And the AI technology and processing is just crypto cracking. Same thing that Bitcoin runs off of, essentially. It's advanced hashing. It doesn't actually think. It doesn't actually learn really either. It can add to its database.
Correct. It's a database. And in blockchaining, what happens is I've got my database, my laptop, my devices. That's my database. That's where I keep all my personal files, the pictures and social media and everything, all my research. But when you enter the blockchain, what you're doing is that data element that you're putting into the blockchain, instead of going to one place, it's going to multiple libraries. That way, if any one of them gets wiped out, you still have a concordance of libraries that says the same thing. The information will remain forever.
I think we'll probably grow brains in a vat at some point.
I don't know about this concept of information lasting forever. There is definitely an overload on fucking storage. We don't have enough storage to maintain the amount of information we've been collecting. Data centers are actually having problems globally. They can do expansion, I guess, but it seems like it appears to be a problem. They've got data centers are actually dumping data too, just because I don't know. I don't know how they decide what, or I guess whoever owns it decides, but I wouldn't know what process is defined as what information is more useful or another. But the idea of collecting information has sure thrown a horrible monkey wrench. We don't have efficient storage systems.
I think that's going to change. I think it's determined legally first and then by access. So
Sure.
like stuff that hasn't been accessed in 20 years, that's where they're going to start deleting.
Yeah.
Unless they have a legal requirement to keep it.
Well, if it's 20 years, that would be better because that information would actually be like the compression rates were worse back then. So like, I mean, that would actually take out the bulk.
The crystal storage units that we have now today, the most advanced one is the Blu-ray discs. And these are solid crystals. They're investigating the liquid crystal aspect, and they're saying that some of these venues in liquid crystals have 10,000 times the storage potential. So it's already being addressed, and I believe, and of course, it's a light research yet at this time. But again, I believe that once we move into that liquid crystal state, that problem is solved.
Information.
Yeah, like most are.
Did they have any information on cost?
I can't imagine be too much unless they up the cost of water.
Manufacturing. Is there anything special about manufacturing?
Well, like I said, it's still kind of new in the research stage, so I don't have a lot of information, but I'm certainly checking it out, and I hope others will catch their peak interest to check it out as well, so we can come together with that information. Because I think every last one of the topics we've discussed tonight actually comes down to us, the people, and our choices and our willingness to go forth in that. And if our willingness to go forth in war is more than our willingness to go forth in knowledge, then war is always going to win. Just saying.
Yeah, that's going to require social evolution, I think.
Big fan of war.
See? Right now, most of our data is stored on old-fashioned hard drives.
I think so.
I mean, that's got to be taken into consideration. We already have like untapped potential with the current technology, and by the time that's more widely used, we'll have some crazy space age shit like El Perro's talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's why I push what I call a epistemological revolution. In other words, wake the fuck up. You know, the more you know, the better you're going to be able to make your own choices. But we have this servitude in most all of us that's indoctrinated from the day we're born to pay tribute to somebody else because somehow somebody else always knows better. And therefore we should humble ourselves. No, we should be proud of ourselves and expand upon that pride internally, not in an egotistical way, but internally for the betterness, not of just myself, but of others. You know, I can't really help anybody else unless I'm helping myself. And if I'm helping myself, how am I tearing other people down? It could only be exponential outwardly.
Yeah, eventually 100 IQ will be smarter than today's 150. And that's what we'll be at a place where the average sheep will be smart enough to actually act in their own best interests.
Miss Donna in Texas, thank you very much for the super sticker. I appreciate it.
Isn't that kind of relative, or at least so like the idea?
My man
of,
needs some cocaine.
The idea... I'm actually sick as fuck. I didn't want to reschedule the stream because it was Veterans Day.
Have you ever tried cocaine?
Yes. I love cocaine. I'm gonna be real with you.
It helps when you're sick too.
Right. Yeah, but I ain't done it in like a year. I ain't done it like a year and a half, and I ain't trying to go back to that mentality.
Hey.
Oh,
gee. I do cocaine.
I do cocaine.
Yeah.
Cocaine. Cocaine, the Roscoe Clown. The cocaine clown. Fuck. Lauren actually has a Veterans Day, a veteran short.
Unless it's Israeli chicks with guns, do we really need to watch it?
You know what? Fair point. But it's Veterans Day, so.
Yeah, I've learned more lately than I have before. I seem to be always learning. I didn't know the value of a lot of values that I appreciate now. You get into war and you're not prepared for fighting. We don't, very many of us grow up to be fighters.
All the guys that didn't make it, it's good to honor them at least once a year. Like the time that 16 of our guys got killed in one explosion, to see them all laying on the ground and sewn up in a blanket. It was devastating.
I was thinking of the guys that I came for, just to remember how we served. First of all, as an electrician, and then as an entertainer, just to keep up the morale of the civilian population on Eastern Canada. It was a real pleasure serving that way.
What do you want Canadians to know today?
War is something you don't want to get involved in. Keep peace in the world.
That was nice. And Miss Donna, I got your video for the super sticker. Here you go. I appreciate you very much.
Gotta find some friends that wanna do drugs with me. Yeah, we'll talk about it, then do them. I want you to take me to Cocaine Town. I want you to take me to Cocaine Town. We're gonna fucking do some cocaine. We're gonna fucking do it, baby. We're gonna fucking do some cocaine. We're gonna fucking do it, baby.
Jesus.
Thank you for the super sticker again, Miss Donna from Texas. I appreciate it.
Oh, gee. I appreciate you having me up, bro. I hear you getting sleepy headed or whatever the case may be. I'm gonna pop down. Let me just say this, man. Salute to all the vets. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all for the sacrifices and gratitude to the utmost. And salute to everybody on the panel, man. Great conversation as always. And yeah, love OG. You already know. I'll see y'all on the next
Hey,
one, man.
fuck you,
Come on.
Kev.
Much
Yeah,
love to
fuck
you
you
too,
too,
Kev.
Jonesy. I'm gonna need
And
that Hebrew
happy.
national sooner than later, motherfucker.
You
All right, I'll catch y'all.
Antifa son of a.
Yeah, that guac guac not that Antifa guac go crazy. You know what I mean? All right, I'll talk to y'all later, man. Peace.
Be blessed.
But no, I appreciate all of our veterans, all of the veterans that came on and shared some of their stories. It was actually very awesome to hear Chuck's story, to hear Mayo's story, and to hear Kev's. I wish more people would have showed up for the debate, but it was a little bit short notice. Most people plan their debate weeks in advance. I did mine, I think, 4 or 5 days ago. So it wasn't really enough time, and I didn't network enough, but I hope that you guys enjoyed the conversations. Next
Yeah,
time we
I
have a
missed.
debate.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
missed the debate part. I was busy doing my own thing, but when I came up, I'm glad you allowed me to participate. I think it's important to have these discussions, and like I said, I think it's important to think about an epistemological revolution. I think people really need to wake up, and it's
Wait.
good to have people that have been there and had the experience to show us the other side of that fence.
Wait, you missed the debate? You realize that we all agreed that everybody's going to join the military because we're obligated to. It's our duty. And then worse, we also all agree that we're just going to start finding random countries and invade them, take their shit.
Josh gave such powerful arguments that we all agreed to that. Like, we were all against him at first, but then he's like, you know what? You guys are gay if you don't want to. And I'm like, you know what? That's a fair argument.
Well, let's
Fuck
remember
bro.
that a debate is a debate, and the vote is not real unless you have a real ballot. So,
fair enough.
We had a debate.
But,
I mean, we had a ballot. I don't recall votes. I thought we just told people what it's going to be, and that's it. I take the authoritarian position. I tell. I don't ask. I don't understand that shit.
well, authoritarian is a big problem. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to stand up and say, "No, I don't think so."
Usually not the case. Throughout most of society, most people just lay down.
I'll agree there. I'll agree there.
Oh, before you go, I wanted to ask you, because your prescription was people ought gain information. Do you believe there's any responsibility to do or any responsibility that comes with that gained information?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is what I told Landry earlier. I did an essay on this panel verse and what I see, both people coming in from the international venue, people from this venue expanding into international platforms, and the information. And when it comes to misinformation, and you have these collective groupthink safe spaces where the misinformation is profound, but yet it still sits there, and there's nothing anybody can do about it because it's actually a self-consideration or self-authoritarian, self-responsibility, self-enforcement thing. And that's why we see these groupthink safe spaces that just push these insane thought processes. So there's not really much we can do about it at this time, and only hope that, eventually that knowledge will spread and these people will wake up.
Do you believe that majority of population, or hell, even half the population, is responsible or seeks out responsibility?
Actually, I think most of the population tries to hide from responsibility and deflect it upon others. This is the main problem. And we can see that here on even regular debate channels, let alone blood sport debate channels. And I do a lot of my own reflection in the mirror, which is what most people don't. I don't believe many people look in that mirror and think for themselves. I think they're still remembering and considering definitions that other people have put before them without even thinking about it and just accepting them blindly.
Okay. I guess that's where I'm having kind of a problem. You believe that people ought gain information or ought seek out information, and you believe that people, or that it also comes with responsibility. but you believe the vast majority are not responsible types?
Correct.
How do you contend with that?
Well, that's what I see as the problem, is people not seeking out the information. They're just gathering it from some other source and using that one singular source. When I talk about reaching out and looking up information, most people are lineated to their own thoughts. So they only look up that little tiny sector. Whereas if you look up the information across the board, you have a better observation of what's an objective reality would be, and you're able to combine those and use your own discernment of what's actually true and correct, rather than being in that group think safe spot where I think this, therefore I'm going to enforce that thought and only that thought. People don't like to come out of their comfort zones.
Okay. Make sure I'm understanding. Do you believe that if people were to seek out information, that they would become responsible, like as a byproduct?
No.
Okay.
No. Like I explained earlier, we have all these groupthink safe spaces where misinformation is profound. They're seeking out information, but the information that they're seeking out is lineated to their thought concept and going to support that, rather than testing themselves and going beyond that and saying, well, let me consider this, because that might blow up my whole thing. It's the cognitive dissonance and the comfort and convenience of having that groupthink. Nobody wants to stand on their own.
So if it was the case, then wouldn't that information then become very dangerous?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
that's why it's important to recognize.
Do you still stand on the idea that people ought to seek out information?
Absolutely. But the process they seek out that information has to be expansive. We have an internet today that allows them to push buttons and check the other side of the fence. If you're not going to do that, that's your fallacy. That's your irresponsibility. And if you're going to bring up your children under that lineated line, that's your responsibility, taking care of children that you think should do better than you, yet you're not giving them the opportunity to do it by constricting them in their education to begin with.
I think I kind of
but there's such a thing as information overload.
Man, I kind of think I oppose the idea of my child having unlimited access to information.
Do you want your children to do better than you?
Yeah.
Do you think if a child knows both the good and the bad, and not just a lineated thought of good that supports his own goodness, without giving him his own caveat, to being
go back one step. Go back one step. How is good and bad being defined here in this concept?
Again, subjectively.
Oh, okay. Well, then what does it matter?
Well, if subjectively your mom and dad only allow you to learn certain things, and you never get the objective perspective of what is true, are you not going to fail yourself? Most likely.
Don't know.
Exactly. So wouldn't it be wise to find out if you're going to be successful, to seek out yourself? And this is another aspect of it. Many people, like I said earlier, want to look towards somebody else's definition and do a remembrance game. Whereas if you're autodidactic, you learn to use your own observances on both sides of those fences so that you can redefine what they're trying to impose upon you as a definition, particularly if it doesn't apply.
So teach the children to rebel against, well, let's say tradition, right? So let's just say that.
No.
Well, that would be gain knowledge, right? So if it was the case,
well, it's not rebel against it. Let's learn the language that we're using. To expand upon tradition is to investigate tradition so you can get rid of its detrimental aspects.
Oh, I like the detrimental aspects.
Well, they have to be there, of course. And see, that's the dichotomy of the abyss. Most people, when they look into the abyss, they think they're going to see a bottomless hole. No, there's a reflection that comes back, and this is what Nietzsche's talking about. The abyss is truly the mirror. If you're going to look into your own reflection, you have to recognize your own fault. This is the thing most people will not do, and take responsibility for their own fault. They're going to deflect and put them on somebody else. Well, I learned from him. Why aren't you learning yourself? Why aren't you expanding beyond what he learned? This is the premise of learning beyond what your mom and dad are teaching you.
Forgiveness. Forgiveness is the key, brothers.
I oppose forgiveness too. I'm not a nice person anyway, so.
It's my way or the highway. Is that what you're saying, Josh?
I'm an authoritarian. I don't understand what you guys expect from me. Like forgiveness? No.
Recognize what you fear and hate in others in yourself.
Oh, I just
and then forgive.
No.
And then forgive yourself.
I don't want to.
I don't know why you're saying no as I'm giving my opinion.
Well, no. I mean, I just define.
Well, no.
Line, right? I don't.
Well, that's not your opinion. Hold on. Wait a second.
I'll give you your opinion.
Yeah, you see, I'm the real authoritarian around here. I'm gonna tell you your fucking opinion too. God damn it.
Okay,
and
Jack.
that is precisely what I'm talking about. Everybody thinks they should get their opinion from somebody else, particularly in this false patriarchy that's so powerful in its military. Because it's power, goodness gracious, it must be right. Not so.
Well, without it, we wouldn't be sitting here
The
today.
information and responsibility. I'm still trying to chew on that one.
The ability to respond. The ability to respond is inherent. We're all going to respond. It's actually the way we respond. If somebody throws an ad hom, are you going to get in your fifis and start crying all day, or let alone all week or month, and take it to other platforms? Are you going to let it slide off your back like water off a duck and deal with the real issue?
We're not allowed to call. We're not allowed to retaliate.
A little from column A and a little from column B. I'm gonna let it slide off my back, but let's be fair. I'm not gonna deal with the real issue.
Oh, so now you oppose forgiveness?
What are you talking about?
Well, yeah. Aren't you supposed to just let it roll off your back, right, and forgive the person for their
I just
offenses?
said that. I just said that's what I would do.
Oh, okay, all right. What was the little of column A and little column B? I guess I didn't understand that part then.
Well, I said it, so I'll repeat it for you, sir.
Please.
It's good. Glad to see you're alive, by the way. It's the part where you deal with the real issue.
Who said I'm alive? I'm getting ready to disappear again at the end of this month.
I'm saying, I'm going to be honest and admit that can's just going to get kicked further down the road. But at least I can forgive you in the meantime, because that's progress for me. I find that revenge and hate only poison the person who holds it. Like it's like drinking poison and hoping the other person will die. I heard a wise man say that once, and I firmly believe it.
Why do we have to just stop with wanting? Why can't we assist?
Because then you become the monster that you gaze into the abyss upon.
What's wrong with being the monster?
I don't care about wrong. I don't. That's
okay.
Above. That's beneath me and above my pay grade.
You can't be a chihuahua and defeat the beast. You have to learn how to be the beast or defeat the beast by being beastly without being the beast. You have to recognize you have the same powers.
That's gangsta.
Sound like wishful thinking.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have gotten very sick.
All right.
And,
be blessed, brother. Thanks.
Closing statements.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you guys want to give your closing statements, I appreciate everybody coming up. God bless all the veterans and God bless America.
You sound horrible, dude.
Y'all can give your final statements, and then I'm going to raid you over to Kev's.
Oh, he sounds bad.
Okay, I'll give my closing statement. Shout out to cocaine when you're sick. Shout out.
I got you with that one. I heard you laughing over there.
I just got a few words. Let me break this out. What was this? 407. Oh, I'm just kidding. Salute everybody. Have a good night.
And I'll just say happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there. And let's get you out of here, OG, and get you well. Love you guys.
Innocent, you got any final thoughts, Brewski?
As a veteran of the Great Meme War, I would like to thank everyone for thanking me for my service. And as the winner of the debate, I would like to thank God and Andrew Wilson. That packet really helped me out, homie. And just remember, folks, Jesus could not have died for your sins if it weren't for Judas.
Fair enough. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate y'all. Tell Kev Ortho sent you. I love you all. I appreciate you. And veterans, thank you for your service. I know sometimes you guys may get tired of hearing that, but it does. I'm here for you. There's people at the resources here for you. Thank you all for everything you've done for us. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Be safe. We're gonna go on to Kev's after the so if y'all stick around, we're gonna go straight be raiding Kev's because I recently unlocked that feature. God bless and good night.